Take a look at what he had to say.
हाँ देखिए, 8 तारीख को हम सरकार बना रहे हैं, मेरे पास सभी रिपोर्ट्स हैं और 8 तारीख के बाद आपके सामने है 8 तारीख को जनता देगी जवाब और ये कहेंगे कि ईवीएम है खराब।
And moving now to some other news, well, a mega drug seizure in Madhya Pradesh. This is drugs worth over 1,000 crore rupees have been seized near a factory in Bhopal. And these are MD drugs, a huge cache of drugs really. And it was a joint operation between the Gujarat Anti-Terrorism Squad and the Narcotics Control Bureau. It was a joint operation, as I said, and more than 1,000 crore rupees worth of drugs have been recovered from this factory. Perhaps the largest drug haul as far as Madhya Pradesh is concerned, at least in the past 5 years. Listen in to what the authorities had to say.
बगरोड़ा MPIDC का एक इंडस्ट्रियल एस्टेट है, वहां से इस फैक्ट्री को पकड़ा। फैक्ट्री में से हमें जो दोनों आरोपी अमित चतुर्वेदी और सन्याल बाने मिल गए। जब उस फैक्ट्री की पूरी सर्च की गई तो वहां पे लगभग 907 kg MD, जो कि लिक्विड और सॉलिड दोनों फॉर्म में था, उसको वहां से सीज किया गया। इस टोटल एमडी की कीमत लगभग 1814 करोड़ इंटरनेशनल मार्केट में होती है। इसके अलावा भी वहां पे लगभग 5000 किलो जो दूसरे रॉ मटेरियल्स हैं, प्रीकर्सर्स हैं, जो एमडी बनाने में प्रयोग में आते हैं, उन सब का वहां से सीजर किया गया।
Let me go across live to my colleague Amritanshi joining us from Bhopal. So Amritanshi, almost unheard of, drugs worth over 1,000 crore rupees being recovered. What exactly is this factory where these drugs were recovered? Who is behind this? What more details do you have?
So this was the factory named on the AK Singh, a person named AK Singh, and this is the factory which was rented by the two accused, and the joint operation was took up by the NCB Delhi and ATS Gujarat. This joint operation, they have seized around drugs valued approximately of 1,800 crores. The massive drug haul was discovered during a raid at the factory near Bhopal. This is the factory, as you can see these live visuals, and also the chemical and the other equipments are also there inside the factory. Also, this is a place near Bhopal, Katara Hills, Bagroda, Pathar, and authorities have arrested 2 suspects in connection with the illegal drug production. Also, 907 kgs of mephedrone, which is MD, which is used as a drug at places, has been seized by this place. Around 1,814.18 crores, which is costed in the international markets approximately. Also, around 500 kgs of raw material and the equipments used for the production of mephedrone, including the grinders, motor glass, flask, have been also seized for the investigation. And also the police and the ATS and NCB team, some of the people are also there inside this factory who are like carrying out the operation. More than 24 hours maybe have been carried out this operation. The biggest question arises when that the police had no clue about this drug production. The local police had literally no intelligence input for the drug production at this place, because this was rented around 6 to 7 months ago, and from 3 to 4 months the drug production was being done by these 2 suspects. One of the suspects was also arrested by the Mumbai police many years ago, and also he has served 5 years in jail for the same case, and he one of the suspect is a resident of Bhopal. According to the sources, they have been the NCB and the a team of ATS have now taken the 2 suspects, and they'll ask for the transit remand from the court. But this also raises the biggest question that this is the biggest drug haul of Madhya Pradesh after the Delhi case just a few days before. Who was supporting these people, from where the money was coming for this drug production, as they have seized 900 kilos of mephedrone from this place, and also which is costed around 1,800 crores in the international market. Back to you.
All right, Amritanshi, thanks very much for joining us with those absolutely startling details there. Drugs worth over 1,000 crore rupees seized in Bhopal. Moving now to the other big international headline. Well, the West Asia crisis only expanding and Middle East has been pushed to the precipice yet again. This, of course, on the eve of the one-year anniversary of the Gaza war. Now, Israel struck North Lebanon and various other parts of Lebanon as well, killing Hamas officials and various other civilians as well. Absolutely dramatic visuals coming there from Lebanon. Lebanon is going to become the epicenter of the entire West Asia war. This, of course, on the diplomatic front as well. France has decided to, place an embargo as far as Israel arms are concerned. Israel has hit back on this as well. Our colleague Ghazali reports from the epicenter of the war, which is Lebanon. But first, let's listen in to what the Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu had to say.
As Israel fights the forces of barbarism led by Iran, all civilized countries should be standing firmly by Israel's side. Yet President Macron and some other Western leaders are now calling for an arms embargo against Israel. Shame on them.
The situation in Lebanon's capital Beirut is tense. On my left, on this side, is the South Beirut. On this side of the road is the North Beirut. And right now, I'm here in Western Beirut. I'm reporting here from one of the schools behind me, if you see. This particular school, the boundary wall of which has got many people who are displaced from south and northern areas who have come here. This is a government school, and you can see inside there are many people who have been displaced and have been staying here with the assistance of local NGOs. I'm joined here I'm going to talk to one of the representatives of the NGO. His name is Mr. Hamza. Hi, Hamza.
Hi.
Can you just tell us in brief that what is the ground situation here?
The ground situation, the people right there are run away from the bomb attack on the south. So there's the only available school when they come, and they are about 360 people, about 86 families. They are here, and we are doing our best to get their needs until the war will be end, inshallah.
Okay. And can you tell us that what are the areas which have come under the attack in Beirut in the last 48 hours or so?
The only area in Beirut that got attacked is about the Dahiya al-Janubiyya. So any other place?
Dahiya is in the north and Junub.
Yeah. Yes. No. It's the Janub Beirut.
Okay.
The north of the Beirut.
In north of the
South Beirut.
Okay.
So this the only area that getting attacked by Israeli planes.
Okay.
Any other city or place that are getting attacked, they are small damage.
Okay. How many people are staying here in this school?
About 360.
360,
Yeah.
including women and children.
Including everything overall.
And where and from which areas they have been displaced in Beirut?
Different places from the south, and there are people from the Dahi.
From Dahiya.
Yeah.
So north is not under the attack. The north of the Beirut is also under attack, or no?
No. There are there's one place in Beirut they're getting attacked. It's Dahi.
And the south area.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. There are reports that the border areas between Syria and Lebanon has also been attacked, the connecting area.
Yes, there's now no way to get to Syria. The only road that's been bombed also by Israelis. So people are trying to get to Syria, to Jordan, any place they can go run away from the bomb.
Okay, and can you tell us that what is the kind of situation, what is the role of Hezbollah here? Like it is in the reports, what is their report right now? What is their condition right now?
I cannot talk about Hezbollah. I don't know anything. All my job here is to take care of the people and see what they need.
This is a government school?
Yes, this is a school for the government.
Okay.
It's Omar Farouk.
Omar Farouk.
Yes.
And what is the name of your NGO?
Badr Foundation.
Badr Foundation.
Yes.
So how many people Badr Foundation has been helping in the last 1 week or so since the attack has happened?
We are helping people since the first day of bomb.
Okay.
We are here on the ground since the first day, the first hour also.
Okay. Okay. And has there been any explosion, bombing in this particular area in the last 1 week?
There is one bomb closed to this school. It's the end of this road.
Okay.
Okay, so there's only one or two people are being attacked only. But this is the only bomb close for us.
Okay, and what has been the government's instruction for the people here?
Government are doing also their best to see what people they need in collab with all of NGOs of Beirut and Lebanon, UNICEF. Any NGO can help. The government is doing their best to being collab with them.
And what is the situation of fuel and other necessities? Is it all abundant, or is there any shortage of fuel and food and all in the city?
Yes, we are getting food and all the people needs. There's people are doing well of getting them even out of Beirut. We are having some difficulties to get food sometimes because there are about 500,000 of people get to Beirut new from the south, but we have facing some of troubles, but not every day. Yani.
Okay, there is one thing I wanted to ask about, that Israel, whenever it attacks, it perhaps drops leaflets through air, from air. Those pages asking people to evacuate and all. You must have seen it. Israel
Yeah.
announces aerial announcement through social media, and it also drops leaflets.
they are
Have you
actually
seen that kind of leaflet here in this area?
Yes, there's people are scared to be or to still in their homes after the social media that we are talking about. Afikhai Adrai, he is getting to tell people to get away from chosen areas. Even in Dahi, maybe it's close to Beirut or close to our area that we are getting for.
Thank you, Hamza, for talking to us.
You're welcome.
Thank you. So this is the kind of situation here in Beirut. Like the south part of the Beirut is under attack, and then you also have the Dahia area, which is supposed to be the stronghold of Hezbollah, and we as journalists are not allowed to enter until we have the permission from the government media to get into those areas which are under attack. In Beirut, Mohammed Ghazali for NDTV.
And let me go straight across to my colleague Mohammed Ghazali joining us from Beirut. So Ghazali, over to you. Why is Lebanon now such an important epicenter of the war? Break it down for us.
See, we all know that how Hezbollah, which is treated like a terrorist organization, is regarded as terrorist organization by the West, is very entrenched in the society and the polity of Lebanon. They are members of parliament. We spoke recently we spoke to the Lebanese ambassador to India, who said that perhaps Hezbollah is not treated as a terrorist organization, but it's part of society. Lebanon is Hezbollah and Hezbollah is Lebanon, is what he said. And he said that they are freedom fighters. They are perhaps saving Lebanon from further occupation by Israel. So in that sense, we all know that what kind of influence Hezbollah has in Lebanon. But besides that, why Lebanon has become epicenter of this war? Because since October 7, when Hamas entered into Israel and attacked and killed people and then kept hundreds of hostages, it was Hezbollah which followed up with rocket attacks from 8th October. This is what Israel says, and we all saw that on video. But Hezbollah or Lebanon believes that wherever Hezbollah targeted on October 8th was an occupied territory. That's a disputed area. Even that area is called Sheba Farms, which is very close to the Lebanon-Israel border. And Lebanon believes that that's an occupied territory by Israel. So they feel that on 8th October, when Israel says that it was Hezbollah which was firing rockets into their territory, Lebanese government, as well as the operatives, feel that they were just targeting their own territory, and that was not even civilian areas, but military installations. But now why that has become very important, why Beirut has become a significant arm in that entire war which has evolved in the Middle East is because Israel has now opened multi-front war. They are fighting with Houthis in Yemen. They're bombing there. But concrete attack, a sound attack has been happening in Beirut, in and around the southern and northern areas of Beirut. Israel has also damaged one of the area which links Syria and Lebanon. So people who want to leave Lebanon and are moving towards Syria, even that particular route has been destroyed by Israel by its bombardment there. And right now, within the city, a field I could sense over here is that the civil organizations, the civil society organizations, in collaboration with the government, are managing a lot of shelter homes in government schools where people who are displaced from different parts of Beirut have gathered.
Right.
But there is uncertainty that when and which region will come under attack from Israel, led by Mr. Netanyahu. There are recent reports that perhaps on October 7, that is tomorrow, when it will mark 1 year to Hamas attack, perhaps Israel can also launch offensive against Iran, as well as major attack into Lebanon as well.
Absolutely, Ghazali. And very quickly, you're reporting from the war zone on the eve of the anniversary of the Gaza war. What is expected tomorrow? Break it down for us. You, of course, said that Lebanon could be bombed and struck again by Israel. But where does the war stand 1 year later?
See, 1 year later, perhaps nobody had thought, even in Israel, that this war could go on for 1 year. Because if you check the statements or recall the statements by Israeli Prime Minister, the government defense minister, the Interior Affairs Minister, they had all hinted that their supposed goal while going into Gaza was to eliminate Hamas. But Hamas is still firing rockets into Israel. The same goes with Hezbollah, when the Israeli Prime Minister said that our role is to eliminate all the threats which are hostile to us, which are hostile to our citizens, and we want to send our citizens back to the northern border, which they have evacuated, which they had left due to the rockets fired from Hezbollah. But even Hezbollah is fighting in a ground combat with Israeli army. So in a sense, all those goals which were shared by Israeli government to launch, before launching this offensive on multiple fronts, they have failed to achieve it. And still, Hezbollah and Hamas are strong enough to pose that threat to Israel.
Ghazali, thanks very much for joining us with that update from the epicenter of the war. Do stay safe as you report 1 year after, the war in Gaza, and the West Asia crisis is only expanding. But moving now to the other big international headline, well, Canada has emphasized on its position vis-a-vis India's territorial integrity. In fact, the country's Deputy Foreign Affairs Minister has said that India's territorial integrity must be respected, and that also reaffirming, in a sense, Canada's commitment to it. Take a look. All right, Vishnu, in fact, is now joining us live on the phone line. Vishnu, why is this significant?
Vedant, in my mind, this is the most significant statement by a Canadian leader since the relationship between India and Canada started spiraling out of control in about September last year, when Justin Trudeau, the Canadian Prime Minister, alleged that India had a hand in the death of Nijjar, the Khalistani terrorist or extremist on Canadian soil. What has basically happened now is that the Canadian Deputy Foreign Minister, the equivalent of which is the Foreign Secretary here in India, has told the Commission in Canada that as far as he is concerned and the government of Canada is concerned, the territorial integrity of India is not to be questioned, it remains sacrosanct. This sends a very strong signal to Khalistani supporters on Canadian soil that as far as the government of Canada is concerned, there is no threat as far as India stands. So this, therefore, is an important statement, and comes at a time when that relationship between the two countries was really spiraling out of control. There is also a sense now which has been given that, Canada can only do so much with regard to these Khalistani protests. But there was a statement by the Deputy Foreign Minister saying that a lot of what they see is not something that they would like to see by way of protests. So it does appear to be a time when both sides are getting that relationship, which is very strong in the past, back on an even keel.
All right, Vishnu, thanks very much for joining us with the latest there. As Vishnu is reporting, a very significant statement there. This, of course, there have been diplomatic differences between India and Canada, but it is an extremely robust relationship, so to speak, and Canada reaffirming its commitment to India's territorial integrity. Moving now to some breaking news coming in. In fact, one of the biggest drug seizures in Delhi has been reported, with drugs over 5,000 crore rupees being seized here in the national capital. This, remember, comes after two major drug hauls here in the national capital just a week back, perhaps, where drugs worth 2,000 crore rupees were recovered. That was a cocaine seizure. And another such incident now being reported, drugs worth 5,000 crore rupees. Of course, this seems to be a part of a larger drug syndicate, certainly. In fact, there was a major political row as well between the BJP and the Congress, with the BJP saying that this money is being used to fund the poll campaigns of the Congress in neighboring Haryana. Now, remember, the drug syndicate, the drug nexus has been a huge issue in some parts of Haryana, particularly those areas which border the national capital. In fact, in this particular case, the accused has been arrested and he has been sent to a 10-day police custody, the 10-day police remand. But absolutely shocking there. These numbers are startling. Drugs worth 5,000 crore rupees. Let me go across to our senior colleague Mukesh Singer joining us on the phone line. मुकेश, और क्या जानकारी है आपके पास? 5,000 करोड़ का ड्रग सीजर, ये 3,000 करोड़ का जब दिल्ली में ड्रग सीजर हुआ था उसके कुछ दिन बाद ही ये यहाँ पर रिपोर्ट किया जा रहा है.
देखिए, बिल्कुल जो दिल्ली पुलिस है वो उसने 5,600 करोड़ की जो कोकीन है उसको सीज किया था महिपालपुर इलाके में एक गोडाउन है वहां से। और इस मामले में कुल अब तक 5 लोग गिरफ्तार हो चुके हैं। दिल्ली पुलिस के मुताबिक इसमें जो एक आरोपी है जिसका नाम जितेंद्र उर्फ जिमी है, ये लंदन का रहने वाला है। और जब इससे पूछताछ हुई तो मालूम चला कि एक गाड़ी है जो कि इसके गांव में खड़ी हुई है अमृतसर के पास, और उस गाड़ी में भी करीब 10 करोड़ का जो कोकीन है वो रखा हुआ है। इसके बाद दिल्ली पुलिस ने उस गाड़ी को रिकवर किया है और उससे 10 करोड़ का कोकीन बरामद हुआ है। दिल्ली पुलिस के मुताबिक जो जिमी उर्फ जितेंद्र है, ये इस पूरे सिंडिकेट के मास्टरमाइंड वीरेंद्र बसोया का काफी क्लोज है और दोनों ही लंदन में रहते हैं। और दिल्ली पुलिस के मुताबिक इस कंसाइनमेंट के पहले भी वीरेंद्र और बसोया ने करीब 1500 करोड़ की कोकीन दिल्ली भेजी थी, जिसमें से किसी नाइजीरियन को ये कोकीन सप्लाई हुई थी। तो इस तरह से लगातार इस मामले में नए नए खुलासे सामने आ रहे हैं और इस पूरे मामले में एक और आरोपी गिरफ्तार किया गया है जिसका नाम सफी है। ये तमिलनाडु का रहने वाला है और ड्रग्स को खरीदने में और बेचने में ये शामिल रहा है। दिल्ली पुलिस ने सफी को कोर्ट में पेश किया है, जहां से उसको 10 दिन की रिमांड पर भेज दिया है। तो कुल मिलाकर लगातार इस मामले में नए नए फैक्ट सामने आ रहे हैं।
जी मुकेश, बहुत शुक्रिया तमाम जानकारी के लिए। सर, मुकेश is reporting 2 people have now been arrested in this particular case. The main accused Safi is now in 10-day police custody. With that, we'll take a short break now, but news continues on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
I have Haryana's support, says Kumari Shelja on the eve of the results day and just a day after exit polls predicted a Congress sweep in the state. Meanwhile, the BJP also confident of a victory in Haryana. Chief Minister Saini says our internal surveys have assured us of a thumping majority. It's the Aam Aadmi Party versus the BJP over free electricity now. Arvind Kejriwal says I will campaign for Prime Minister Modi if he vows free electricity in NDTV states. The Middle East crisis expands as Israel strikes Lebanon. NDTV World reports from the epicenter of the war.
NDTV World Summit 2024, October 21st and 22nd, only on NDTV Network.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn reward with top brand.
Get it free with single ID.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV World Summit 2024, for October 21st and 22nd, only on NDTV network.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Stay informed and
episode of your favorite show Tech with TG. This is the show basically जहां पे what we do is essentially we compress all the information, जो भी टेक्नोलॉजी है, जो भी गैजेट्स हैं, जो भी उनके पीछे की साइंस है, हम उसको कंप्रेस करते हैं, kind of present to you in a very nice fashion. अभी 60 एपिसोड से ज़्यादा टाइम हो गया एंड इतनी ज़्यादा आदत हो गई है ना ऑफ कंप्रेसिंग थिंग्स कि हमने हमारी आदत को ही एक एपिसोड बना दिया है. Well guys, today it's time to discuss and know more about the science of shrinking technology. कैसे टेक छोटा होता जा रहा है over the years and how amazing it gets as we look into the future as well. बहुत मज़ा आने वाला है. तो अपना आसपास ध्यान घुमाते हुए look at the smallest piece of tech that you can find around you. मेरा नाम है गौरव. You are watching Tech with TG. तो जल्दी से आगे बढ़ते हैं. चलिए शुरू करते हैं. So friends, unlike our aspirations for a bigger bank balance, maybe bigger muscles and also bigger cars, अगर हम बात करते हैं टेक की तो basically it's shrinking no matter where you look. मतलब just take an example of a computer from years ago. उस टाइम पे कंप्यूटर के लिए पूरा बंगला बनाना पड़ता था जिसमें कंप्यूटर पूरा रह के काम करेगा, मतलब as big as a house. Today computers are so tiny कि हम कई बार तो उनको रख के भूल जाते हैं. मोबाइल फोन्स की बात कर लेते हैं तो द ओल्ड मोबाइल फोन्स वर सो बिग एंड सो हैवी कि शायद आपको 2 हाथों से उसको यूज करना पड़े और शायद ज़्यादा लंबा आप यूज भी ना कर पाओ. बट टुडे 2 हाथ नहीं चाहिए. इनफैक्ट आप एक पॉकेट में 2 फोन्स कैरी करते हो बड़े कंफर्टेबल तरीके से. हाँ ओके, आई गेट द आइडिया कि छोटे वाले फोन्स जो हैं, स्मॉल स्क्रीन फोन्स, बेसिकली दे आर डाइंग. देन अगेन इट कम्स टू द फैक्ट कि मे बी पीपल प्रेफर फोन्स विद बिगर स्क्रीन्स फॉर मीडिया कंजम्पशन. बट इन अ नटशेल अगर आप देखोगे ना तो आपके फोन्स भी काफी श्रिंक हो गए हैं, काफी स्लीक हो रहे हैं विद ईच जनरेशन कमिंग अप. ये काफी इंटरेस्टिंग है. आवर जर्नी फ्रॉम व्हेन वी स्टार्टेड डेवलपिंग दीज न्यू मॉडर्न मार्वल्स, वहां से लेके आज तक इट्स बीन क्वाइट फैसिनेटिंग. मतलब मेरा कई बार इतना मन करता है कि लेट्स से वी आर एबल टू डेवलप अ टाइम मशीन और हम जाएं 1950s में और देखें वहाँ के कंप्यूटर्स, या फिर 1950s का कोई आदमी अगर आज आके आज की दुनिया देखे तो आई एम श्योर दिल बी अ स्टेट ऑफ शॉक फ्रॉम बोथ द साइड्स. आई मीन जस्ट कंपेयर द साइज ऑफ कंप्यूटर्स. ठीक है, फंक्शनैलिटी या फीचर्स को अगर हम इग्नोर कर दें, जस्ट लुकिंग एट द साइज ऑफ 2 आइटम्स फ्रॉम ईयर्स अपार्ट, इट्स अ नाइट एंड डे. नए कैमरास को देखो, पुराने जो हैं सुपर कंप्यूटर्स को देखो, आज के सुपर कंप्यूटर्स को देखो, पुराने टीवीज को देखो, आज के टीवीज को देखो. आई मीन थिंग्स आर कंप्लीटली ट्रांसफॉर्मिंग. अब आपको लग रहा होगा कि हम ऐसा क्यों कर रहे हैं? व्हाट्स द रीजन बिहाइंड इन्वेस्टिंग सो मच इनटू डेवलपिंग दीज स्मॉल इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स? वेल, इसके 2 ऑब्वियस आंसर्स हैं.
गैजेट्स और टेक्नोलॉजी के श्रिंकिंग यानी मिनिचराइजेशन के काफी बेनिफिट्स हैं. दुनिया का पहला मोबाइल फोन कॉल एक डायनाटैक 8000X फोन पे हुआ था. फॉर कॉन्टेक्स्ट, ये फोन 1.1 किलोग्राम्स का था एंड वाज रफली 9 इंचेस टॉल. Compare this to Samsung's flagship phone, which weighs 239 grams only and it is just 12.1 mm thin. And yes, हम Galaxy Z Fold 6 की बात कर रहे हैं. In fact, it's only 5.6 mm thin when it is unfolded. From a phone that required 2 hands to a phone that folds into 2 slabs on top of each other and yet आपकी pocket में fit हो जाता है. This is just one example of what the miniaturization of tech has helped achieve. Portability and convenience. छोटे gadgets टेक्नोलॉजी को accessible बनाते हैं. ये इनकी functionalities को हमारे everyday life में indispensable बना देते हैं. Tasks like checking emails, making video calls, using wearables to monitor health metrics, using GPS technology to avoid traffic and navigating to a destination, ये सब इसीलिए possible हो पाया है क्योंकि ये सारी technologies miniaturize हो गई हैं. Second major benefit of this shrinking is the increase in performance and energy efficiency. While you can notice this easily in everyday devices like phones, laptops, and even Medicare equipment, fields like aerospace have also benefited vastly. छोटे और more efficient components के चलते overall aircrafts का weight कम हो गया है. Payload capacity better हो गई है and we can now plan more ambitious projects on Earth and beyond.
फ्रेंड्स अभी टाइम फॉर अ रियली टाइनी शॉर्ट ब्रेक. अब देखो जब एपिसोड ही है मिलिटराइजेशन के ऊपर और छोटे छोटे इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स के ऊपर तो ब्रेक एकदम छोटा होगा, बट ब्रेक के बाद आपके लिए कुछ और एक्साइटिंग होगा और जानने के लिए अबाउट द साइंस ऑफ श्रिंकिंग टेक्नोलॉजी. सी यू आफ्टर द शॉर्ट ब्रेक.
From the heart of city in Beirut, a city which is scarred by violence and caught between the crossfire between Israel and Hezbollah. A war which started a year ago between Israel and Hamas has now spilled over to Lebanon. NDTV is on the ground to bring latest updates, in-depth analysis and how the evolving war has impacted this country. Stay tuned for latest updates.
NDTV World Summit 2024, October 21st and 22nd, only on NDTV Network.
कि जिसकी सरकार सेंटर में हुई है उसी की सरकार प्रदेश में होती है.
एंटी इनकम्बेंसी को कैसे देख रहे हैं? इनकम्बेंसी नहीं है,
प्रो इनकम्बेंसी.
कांग्रेस आ रही है, भाजपा जा रही है.
Congress is going to form government in Haryana with a big majority.
कि जिसकी सरकार सेंटर में हुई है उसी की सरकार प्रदेश में होती है.
एंटी इनकम्बेंसी को कैसे देख रहे हैं? इनकम्बेंसी नहीं है,
प्रो इनकम्बेंसी.
कांग्रेस आ रही है, भाजपा जा रही है.
Congress is going to form government in Haryana with a big majority.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
From the heart of city in Beirut, a city which is scarred by violence and caught between the crossfire between Israel and Hezbollah. A war which started a year ago between Israel and Hamas has now spilled over to Lebanon. NDTV is on the ground to bring latest updates.
Hello friends, welcome back after the break to your favorite show of technology, Tech with TG, जहाँ पे मेरा नाम है गौरव aka Technical Guruji, but you can call me TG for a fact, क्योंकि हम छोटा जो है इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स को करते जा रहे हैं, तो why not नाम को छोटा करते हैं. I mean short forms are anyway good, easy recognizable by me, you know, very easily. TG बोलोगे मैं आपकी तरफ देख के आपसे बात करूंगा. So basically अभी ब्रेक से पहले अगर हमने बात किया छोटे छोटे इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स के बारे में, छोटी छोटी टेक्नोलॉजीज के बारे में, हमने देखा how's the timeline been of the development of these gadgets from this big to maybe this small. At the same time हमने इसके कुछ obvious benefits के बारे में भी जाना. But now it's time to go a bit deep and talk to an expert to know more about this topic.
Hi guys, I am Hardik Singh. I am the ASUS APAC TPR, which is technical PR for you people. बहुत ही छोटे और जटिल चीज़ें हैं ये ट्रांजिस्टर्स, बट इसका स्टार्ट बहुत अच्छी जगह से हुआ था, जहाँ पे इसमें जो ट्रांजिस्टर्स हैं वो एक 1950s और 1960s में इनकी खोज आई थी, तब से इनका मॉडर्नाइजेशन शुरू हुआ है. मेन चीज़ जो इन कंप्यूटर्स के साथ या इन ट्रांजिस्टर्स के साथ है कि इन ट्रांजिस्टर्स की वजह से ही आजकल की सारी टेक्नोलॉजी चलती है, चाहे वो आपके लैपटॉप्स हों, आपके पीसीज हों, फोन्स हों, यहाँ तक कि आपके LCD जिस पे आप ये पिक्चर या ये वीडियो देख पा रहे होंगे, वो सब कुछ ट्रांजिस्टर्स पे चलता है. इन द अर्ली 1950s जब we started with computers, the early computers, they were size of a room, एकदम रूम के बराबर जितने बड़े होते थे, और उसमें जो वैक्यूम ट्यूब्स होती थी जिनमें हम डेटा स्टोर करते थे, वो ऑलमोस्ट लाइक 4 फीट के, 2 फीट के, 3 फीट के होते थे, बहुत बड़े होते थे, बहुत भारी होते थे, huge, and they required a ton of electricity. They used to produce a lot of heat as well. तो इस सब के चलते they were very inefficient, और उनमें काम बहुत थोड़ा सा ही हो पाता था. They were never very powerful, they were never very efficient. But slowly we developed technologies of semiconductors, which are basically halfway through. तो आपके पास कंडक्टर्स होते हैं, जैसे कि मेटल्स, आपने सबने मेटल जानते हैं, आप सब जानते होंगे मेटल कंडक्टर होता है, और एक नॉन कंडक्टिंग, जैसे लकड़ी इज नॉन कंडक्टिंग, वैसे ही सेमी कंडक्टर्स मटेरियल होते हैं जो कुछ इलेक्ट्रिसिटी पास करते हैं और कुछ इलेक्ट्रिसिटी रोक लेते हैं. जैसे 70s 80s में सेमी कंडक्टर आए तो आपके चिप इतने बड़े बड़े हो गए. आपने अगर पुराने ट्रांजिस्टर्स देखे होंगे तो पुराने ट्रांजिस्टर्स में बड़े बड़े चिप होते हैं, उनको ऐसे लगाते थे, वैसे ऐसा कीड़े जैसे देखते थे, बड़े बड़े कैपेसिटर्स होते थे. अगर आपने कोई पुराना कंप्यूटर, पुराना टीवी या पुराना रेडियो खुला देखा हो तो उसमें वैसा चीज़ें होती थी, और उनको हम लोगों ने हमारे साइंटिस्ट वगैरह लोगों ने छोटा करके बहुत छोटा कर दिया, मिनिचराइज कर दिया, उसको इतना छोटा कर दिया कि वो आपके नाखून के बराबर फिट हो जाए. तो बहुत सारे छोटे छोटे सर्किट को हम नाखून जितना छोटा कर पाए, और वो जो नई टेक्नोलॉजी है, वो नई टेक्नोलॉजी आज के टाइम में हमारे लैपटॉप्स, फोन्स, टीवीज इन सबको चलाती है. इवन आपकी कारों में भी जो चिप्स लगी हुई हैं वो सब ऐसे ही बनाई जाती है. जो गॉर्डन मूर थे, इंटेल में काम करते थे, in 1965 he stated something like number of transistors on a microchip double approximately every 2 years, and this leads more powerful processors without increasing physical size. So you can have more transistors every 2 years in a same size. तो आप एक ही साइज में डबल ट्रांजिस्टर्स करते जा रहे हैं। आज के टाइम में ये मूर लॉ थोड़ा फेल होता जा रहा है बिकॉज हमने बहुत सारे ट्रांजिस्टर्स बढ़ गए, बट जो हमारी नैनो टेक्नोलॉजी या जो नैनोटेक जो हम बात करते हैं वो इसी सहारे थे। जितना छोटा सर्किट है उतनी जल्दी उसमें से इलेक्ट्रिसिटी पास करती है। तो अगर आप 7 नैनोमीटर की बात करें तो जो डिस्टेंस बिटवीन सर्किट्स है वो 7 नैनोमीटर का है, और नैनोमीटर बहुत छोटा होता है। जो ट्रांजिस्टर्स हैं वो बेसिकली बहुत सारे सर्किट्स का एक कंबाइंड ग्रुप है, उसे ट्रांजिस्टर कहते हैं। एक सर्किट नहीं है, वो मल्टीपल सर्किट्स हैं, उनको एक साथ कंबाइन कर दिया, वो ट्रांजिस्टर है। अब उस ट्रांजिस्टर को पहले वो इतने बड़े होते थे वो ट्रांजिस्टर, अब वो इतने बड़े से आपके बाल के भी छोटे साइज के। जब आप इलेक्ट्रिसिटी पास कराते हैं तो एक सर्किट से दूसरे सर्किट को कनेक्ट करना है। जितना पास का सर्किट होगा, जितना छोटा सर्किट का डिस्टेंस होगा, उतनी जल्दी आप इलेक्ट्रिसिटी पास करा पाएंगे, उतनी कम हीट जनरेट होगी, उतनी एफिशिएंसी बढ़ जाएगी, और उतनी बैटरी भी कम यूज इस्तेमाल होगी। इसलिए जितने हम नए फोन्स यूज कर पा रहे हैं उनमें बैटरी एफिशिएंसी बढ़ गई है, उनकी परफॉर्मेंस बढ़ गई है, क्योंकि फास्टर ट्रांसफर रेट है, और उसके साथ साथ वो थोड़े से कम गर्म होते हैं। जो चिप अपने आप में वो थोड़ी सी कम वो ज्यादा एफिशिएंट है तो कम गर्म होती है। दो छोटी छोटी चीजें और हैं जिसको मैं टच करना चाहूंगा। वन इज द मटेरियल साइंस। currently everything we have is made up of silicon, and there are scientists who are trying to figure out different other materials which we can be used for this. if कल को हम ऐसा भी हो सकता है कि हम ये ग्लास में या किसी और सब्सटेंस में सर्किट्स बनाने शुरू करें, पर अभी के लिए सिलिकॉन इज द मोस्ट एप्ट एलिमेंट फॉर मेकिंग सर्किट्स और चिप्स फॉर एग्जाम्पल। एंड इन सब को जब कंबाइन करके हम इंटीग्रेटेड सर्किट्स डिफरेंट बनाते हैं, तो दैट इज व्हाट मेक्स अस मेक आवर current modern day laptops and products. I am trying to explain this the easiest way possible. There is much more complexity in this system, but I'm trying to give a very layman approach. The major problem we have in shrinking down these circuits to a smaller size, and why the Moore's law is failing today, is one very new thing which we have found after doing all of this for so many years is quantum tunneling. Now, quantum tunneling is an effect where the circuits are so small that the electron, which is because electricity is made up of electrons, it actually, instead of passing from one circuit to another, like this circuit, these circuits should connect, right? Instead of passing from here to here, it just jumps off. It just leaves the entire system altogether. And this means that this electron, which should have been powered, connected here, is now going to a different circuit altogether, giving you a false or a error in the application. और quantum tunneling में एक और जो चीज हो गई है, because we are looking at a very new age problem, तो उसकी वजह से हम लोग अभी के लिए बहुत धीमे बढ़ रहे हैं आगे। हम पहले बहुत जल्दी बढ़ रहे थे इन सर्किट्स। हम हर साल थोड़े ऑलमोस्ट हाफ साइज सर्किट कर रहे थे, एंड currently we are at 3 nanometers. There have been some developments in 1 nanometer circuits as well, but those are very small and they are not consumer focused or commercially used at the moment. Whenever we make new chips, first of all, there is a lot of R&D which goes that they are performing correctly, and every time we go from a higher, let's say from 5 nanometer to, let's say, 3 nanometer today, the chipsets are actually made smaller, but the thing is they're in the same space as before, giving them enough space to breathe, as in to have some dissipation of heat, so that they can dissipate heat easily. And uske saath there are multiple measures inside the chip, both on a thermal level as well as on an efficiency level, which ensures ke wo sahi chal raha hai. The miniaturization part is the key here, because I can explain this in three different examples. So let's start with the user. अगर हम मेन अपने आप की बात करें, यूजर्स की बात करें, तो for regular users, the miniaturization has been a boon because now you have smartwatches. You know, पहले it was never a thing. आपने कभी सोचा नहीं होगा, you would have never thought कि you would be wearing smartwatches or wearing smart goggles or maybe have a small puck-like thing which will sit in your bag, which will be a GPS tag. Crazy things. This was not possible before. अगर हम इसे business perspective से देखें, from business perspective, it's now become slightly difficult to make the products, but at the same time, the products can go in different variations. You have chips which are not just powering your phones, your laptops, and TVs. There are chips. They are powering your Wi-Fi washing machine or a Wi-Fi microwave oven. And finally, last part which I want to discuss is the environment, because all of these things we talked about, all of these things, they require a lot of materials to make, and it is at some level more environment friendly because the transistors are getting smaller. The productions is much more tighter. It does not waste as many those metals. So all of that combined is only going to help the ecosystem. All this technology in future will bring everybody a little more closer because आप जो देख पा रहे हैं या बेसिकली हम जिस देख पा रहे हैं, there is a whole generation of people जिन्होंने पहले कभी लैपटॉप नहीं लिया है या पहले कभी स्मार्टफोन नहीं खरीदा और वो पहली बार स्मार्टफोन या पहली बार लैपटॉप खरीद पा रहे हैं. All this has solved the digital divide in a way that more penetration is going through, more people are buying these laptops, and more digital India stuff is happening. But that is for now. Like that is something which we are happy doing right now, and it is happening. But in the future, it might be even more. If you consider what all being done today and what all can be done 50 or 100 years from now, it will be a complete shift of how technology will be working. Currently, we are already talking about a technology called embedded technology. Embedded technology as in आपके ब्रेन में हम चिप इम्प्लांट कर दें, आपके हाथ पे आपका सेल फोन या जो आपका मोबाइल वगैरह है वो आपके हाथ में ऐसा पतला सा चिप या टैटू जैसा बना देंगे. These are technologies which are being experimented with. A lot of these things combined is what you will see in the future. Like you will see computing at a molecular level, where smaller structures which are smaller, like for example DNA, you will see computers at the size of a DNA in your bloodstream working and trying to take away that bad cell which is there. It is science fiction. I'm sure it does sound like science fiction, but a lot of the current generation technology is science fiction for people who are 150 years in the past.
So friends, that's all from this week's episode of Tech with TG. अगर आपका कुछ भी कहना है, if you want to share any of your thoughts, you know the email address. It's again quite small, tg@ndtv.com. Drop in all your emails, all your queries, suggestions, या फिर in fact there's a challenge for you. अगर आपको लगता है कि there is a piece of tech जो साइज में बड़ा हुआ है and उसका साइज बढ़ने से कुछ हमको फायदा मिला है, let me know, drop your emails और मैं आपसे मिलने वाला हूँ नेक्स्ट एपिसोड में with some more fun, some more tech. थोड़ा सा और जानेंगे behind the scenes जाते हुए किसी और इंटरेस्टिंग फील्ड के बारे में. बड़ा मजा आने वाला है. Till then, enjoy your time, take care, see you soon.
We've got an absolute legend here of Pakistan, Wasim Akram, coming in as a brand ambassador for the 60 Strikes. What are your thoughts so far in the tournament?
Very impressive, I must say. To be honest, when they asked me about month ago during the World Cup era, when I met Azhar and of course Arun, I said it's impossible to have a league done in such a short time. But so far, what I've seen, the facilities, the organisation, and of course, most importantly, the cricket has been excellent so far. So well done to everyone involved. And of course, they hired the main guy, Harun Logard, who also helped them a lot to acquire the main players. So they're a good bunch of players, good cricket so far. I hope the pitches are drop-in pitches. I hope they stay okay for next 10 days. But otherwise, it's a very festive atmosphere.
Well, you've spent quite a bit of time in Dallas between the World Cup. I mean, Texas becoming a bit of a hub for cricket here in the USA. How instrumental has the support been from the university as well as the municipality of Texas?
I mean, I think after the World Cup, it definitely got up a notch. In general, there were a lot of cricket in America before the World Cup, but after the World Cup, Americans kind of got to know they got a bit curious about it. They don't know what it is yet, but I think we're on the right track. But yes, Dallas being the hub, a lot of communities here, expats here, and they love their cricket. And of course, the ground, I thought the lights were not high enough, but I think last night players were said they were okay. They weren't 100%, but again, for the first time, I think everything has been perfect.
When you touched on a really good point of growing the sport locally for the locals, T10, a very good format for that, being shorter, even shorter than T20. Do you think you might get more buy-in with the T10? It's quick action, lots of big shots.
It's ideal, T20, and then if not T20, T10, especially places like America. I think this format is for youngsters, definitely.
And there's a lot of development work that 60 Strikes or National Cricket League in specific is looking to do here in the US. Can you touch upon that a little bit?
Yeah, I think this is just the start. I mean, we're planning what we can do, how to get schools involved in this game. I think that's the first step, to have schools involved, and then from there onwards we go and start coaching and have some coaching clinics. But it's just the early stages. I think first step is to make sure this tournament happens, and of course next year everybody will be more organized, more planned, and of course we can do a lot more things.
Yeah, and love the plan of going to school. Grassroots cricket, so important to get the sport going from the lower level all the way up to the top. You're a brand ambassador. Sachin Tendulkar is also joining.
Absolutely.
How important is it to have big names such as yours involved in this?
I think that's a big news, Sachin coming. I mean, we all know how he's one of the greats of the game, and him getting involved with this league, that also gives a push to league itself, to his credibility, and can't wait to see him. He's a good buddy of mine. We had some amazing battles, but off the field we are very good buddies, so looking forward to see him to get involved in this amazing league.
Well, it is amazing, beautiful facility, and to have you on board, exceptional as well. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. I'm looking forward for this tournament.
NDTV World Summit 2024, October 21st and 22nd, only on NDTV Network.
कि जिसकी सरकार सेंटर में हुई है, उसी की सरकार प्रदेश में होती है।
एंटी इनकम्बेंसी को कैसे देख रहे हैं? इनकम्बेंसी नहीं है।
प्रो इनकम्बेंसी।
कांग्रेस आ रही है, भाजपा जा रही है।
Congress is going to form the government in Haryana with a big majority.
कि जिसकी सरकार सेंटर में हुई है, उसी की सरकार प्रदेश में होती है।
एंटी इनकम्बेंसी को कैसे देख रहे हैं? इनकम्बेंसी नहीं है।
प्रो इनकम्बेंसी।
कांग्रेस आ रही है, भाजपा जा रही है।
Congress is going to form the government in Haryana with a big majority.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi, NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
From the heart of city in Beirut, a city which is scarred by violence and caught between the crossfire between Israel and Hezbollah. A war which started a year ago between Israel and Hamas has now spilled over to Lebanon. NDTV is on the ground to bring latest updates, in-depth analysis, and how the evolving war has impacted this country. Stay tuned for latest updates.
NDTV reports from war zone Beirut. This is the Middle East crisis escalates as Israel strikes Lebanon. The French president calls for an arms embargo. Netanyahu says shame on Macron for the move.
From the heart of the city of Beirut, I bring you the exclusive updates and in-depth analysis that why a city which was earlier called the Paris of the Middle East is caught between the crossfire.
The Maldivian president touches down in India. From India out to bailout, a change in priorities for President Muizu. Haryana Chief Minister contender Kumari Selja exclusively on NDTV talks about throwing the hat in the ring. She says, I have Haryana's support. But who will be the next Haryana Chief Minister? This as Chief Minister Saini is confident of the BJP's victory despite the exit poll upset. The Congress bickering over the Chief Minister's pick has already begun. A mega drug haul in Madhya Pradesh. Drugs worth over 1,000 crore rupees have been seized in Bhopal. The police arrest the main accused in the 5,000 crore drug bust in the national capital. Meanwhile, and our lead story at 6 o'clock this evening. Well, the West Asia war expanding. Middle East has been pushed to the precipice yet again with multiple fronts now in the war. This as on the eve of the one-year anniversary of the Gaza war, Israel struck Lebanon. In fact, a senior Hamas official was killed in these strikes as well. But where does the war stand? Well, NDTV reports from the war zone from Lebanon, which has clearly emerged as the epicenter of the war as we speak. Let me go straight across to our senior colleague Mohammed Ghazali joining us from Beirut. Ghazali, it's over to you. What's the sentiment there on the ground as the war now enters its second year? Okay, we'll try and reconnect with Mohammed Ghazali there, but absolutely dramatic shots in there. As you can see, those Israel strikes on Lebanon. In fact, this of course comes after the entire Irani strikes as far as Israel is concerned. Israel, of course, had vowed a complete retaliation, though on the diplomatic front as well, it's Netanyahu versus President Macron of France. This as France, of course, has imposed an embargo on arms from Israel. Now, President Netanyahu, in fact, Prime Minister Netanyahu has said that we will, this is something that's a diplomatically, it's, questionable move, given the fact that Israel and France have been close allies, have been close defense partners as well. But as we speak, what's happening on the ground? There are multiple fronts that have been open. This, of course, as Lebanon has emerged as a major epicenter. In fact, Ghazali, I'm being told, is now back with us. Ghazali, it's over to you. Lebanon has clearly become the epicenter of the war. What's the sentiment there on the ground? Of course, an eerie silence, I believe, after the Israeli strikes on Lebanon.
Oh, certainly, because they're also expecting that perhaps tomorrow, that is October 7th, which marks the first year, 1 year of Israel-Hamas war, and how this war has spilled over. It has engulfed areas like Yemen, Iraq, Iran, and even Lebanon is right now the epicenter of this conflict because Prime Minister Netanyahu has vowed that he will perhaps eliminate Hezbollah, and that is why he has launched this ground operation as well in Lebanon. And right now, in moving through the Beirut city, this is the stronghold of Hezbollah. And just a short while back, while you were coming to me, we were stopped from filming right here because these are the areas where the movement is restricted and you can't move around without permission. But there has been attacks going on in the southern Beirut near the airport. There was a strike last night, which sort of disconnected the area with the main city. Still, people are moving towards it. But the most tragic moment happened yesterday when Israel also struck the Lebanon-Syria border route, because people who have been displaced from southern area of Lebanon are also moving towards Syria, but that border route has also been impacted because Israel feels that perhaps Hezbollah is getting all the arms and ammunition through Syria, so that border route has been cut off. There was a huge trench which came out of due to the impact of the bombing there, and right now there is a quite eerie silence and an uncertainty because the ground operation with Israel and Hezbollah is happening on the northern border. The southern area of Beirut as well as Lebanon is facing heavy bombardment from Israel. There is no talks of ceasefire, though Iran claims that perhaps the back-channel talks are going on with the United States. But as far as Hezbollah and Israel is concerned, aerial strikes are, even now it is happening in different areas of Lebanon, not particularly in the heart of Beirut, but other areas of Beirut. And there are all the government hospitals. Most of the government hospitals have turned into refugee shelter homes, which is being managed by local NGOs, international NGOs. And even now, people who are displaced from one location to another are very uncertain about their future because Israel keeps announcing through social media by dropping leaflets from air, asking citizens to evacuate a certain area, saying that it is a Hezbollah stronghold. And then without even giving ample time for these people to move out, Israel keeps bombarding those areas. So right now, in the heart of Beirut city, there is no such impact of war, but certainly there is a lot of confusion. People are not aware that from Hezbollah who are alive, who are not alive, who is taking the command. It is only known within the Hezbollah circle. But for the rest of the citizens here in Beirut, it's really a time of uncertainty. And we spoke to one of the NGO members who was managing a shelter school where refugees from different parts of Beirut have gathered. Please listen into it.
The situation in Lebanon's capital, Beirut, is tense. On my left, on this side, is the South Beirut. On this side of the road is the North Beirut. And right now, I'm here in Western Beirut. I'm reporting here from one of the schools behind me, if you see. This particular school, the boundary wall of which has got many people who are displaced from south and northern areas who have come here. This is a government school, and you can see inside there are many people who have been displaced and have been staying here with the assistance of local NGOs. I'm joined here I'm going to talk to one of the representatives of the NGO. His name is Mr. Hamza. Hi, Hamza.
Hi.
Can you just tell us in brief that what is the ground situation here?
The ground situation, the people right there are run away from the bomb attack on the south. So there's the only available school when they come, and they are about 360 people, about 86 families. They are here, and we are doing our best to get their needs until the war will be end, inshallah.
Okay. And can you tell us that what are the areas which have come under the attack in Beirut in the last 48 hours or so?
The only area in Beirut that got attacked is about the Dahi. The Dahi al-Janubiyya. So any other place?
Dahiya is in the north and Junub.
Yeah. Yes. No. It's the Janub Beirut.
Okay.
The north of the Beirut.
In north of the
South Beirut.
Okay.
So this the only area that getting attacked by Israeli planes.
Okay.
Any other city or place that are getting attacked, they are small damage.
Okay. How many people are staying here in this school?
About 360.
360,
Yeah.
including women and children.
Including everything overall.
And where and from which areas they have been displaced in Beirut?
Different places from the south, and there are people from the Dahi.
From Dahia.
Yeah.
So north is not under the attack. The north of the Beirut is also under attack or no?
No. There's one place in Beirut they're getting attacked. It's Dahia.
And the south area.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. There are reports that the border areas between Syria and Lebanon has also been attacked, the connecting area.
Yes, there's now no way to get to Syria. The only road that's been bombed also by Israelis. So people are trying to get to Syria, to Jordan, any place they can go, run away from the bomb.
This is a government school.
Yes, this is a school for the government.
Okay.
It's Omar Farouk.
Omar Farouk.
Yes.
And what is the name of your NGO?
Badr Foundation.
Badr Foundation.
Yes.
So how many people Badr Foundation has been helping in the last 1 week or so since the attack has happened?
We are helping people since the first day of bomb.
Okay.
We are here on the ground since the first day, the first hour also.
Okay. And has there been any explosion, bombing in this particular area in the last 1 week?
There is one bombed close to this school. It's the end of this road. Okay, so there's only one or two people are being attacked only. But this is the only bomb in close for us.
From the heart of city in Beirut, a city which is scarred by violence and caught between the crossfire between Israel and Hezbollah. A war which started a year ago between Israel and Hamas has now spilled over to Lebanon. NDTV is on the ground to bring latest updates, in-depth analysis, and how the evolving war has impacted this country. Stay tuned for latest updates.
Meanwhile, looking at the other big international headline, Maldivian President Mohamed Muizzu has touched down in India. This, of course, is his second visit to India after the Prime Minister took oath for the third time here in India. Though, of course, Jaishankar has met President Muizzu after that, and this visit is extremely important given the fact that Mohamed Muizzu has campaigned extensively on the India out policy, but there certainly seems to be a shift in that in that policy. Let me go across to my colleague Vishal Vivek joining us live. So Vishal, very significant diplomatic optics as far as this visit is concerned for the man who campaigned on the India out policy is now here in India. What all is on agenda? Is he expected to meet the Foreign Affairs Minister and then the Prime Minister eventually as well?
That is correct. So he's expected to meet the Foreign Minister this evening, and tomorrow he'll be meeting Prime Minister Modi. So you are correct when you say that this seems to be an outreach, and this is a desperate situation for the country and for the president who campaigned on the India out message. He pivoted to China really fast. His first bilateral visit was to China. That was a departure from tradition from the earlier Maldivian presidents, and now he has finally come to India on his first bilateral visit. So reports are suggesting that he is here to seek a financial aid package. So a lot of credit rating agencies all over the world, including Moody's, has said in the recent months that the Maldivian economy is faltering. The foreign exchange currency reserves that it has are well below the mark that are required for the country to function. It has only about $400 million in its coffers, which is only enough for about a month and a half of functioning for imports. So the country is in a desperate situation. Hence, this visit, most likely, it has not been officially conveyed, but these are reports suggesting. And as far as the official, the roster is concerned, as I mentioned, he'll be meeting the Prime Minister, and then he'll also meet some business leaders in Mumbai and Bangalore. So a lot of things are on the roster, and there are about 4 dozen diplomats, 4 dozen officials that have come with Muizzu. Also, his wife is there. So it's a big visit in terms of strategic importance, because India will also look to him now, because Maldives, though is a small nation, it occupies a strategic position in the Indian Ocean, in the sense that India has good relations with the country. It can also keep an eye on other countries in the region through Maldives. So a lot of these things will happen in the next 2 to 3 days.
All right, Vishal, thanks very much for joining us with the latest there. As Vishal is reporting, Mohamed Muizzu's extremely crucial diplomatic visit to India. He's expected to meet the top leaders in the next couple of days. Moving now to news from Canada. Well, Canada has emphasized on its commitment to India's territorial integrity. This comes amid diplomatic differences between the two countries, though of course we have been close diplomatic partners, bilateral partners, and Canada's Deputy Foreign Affairs Minister has said that there is no doubt that India's territorial integrity is sacrosanct, in a sense a strong message to all the proponents and supporters of the Khalistan movement. And moving now to the big headline back home. Well, Haryana is going to be no walkover for the Congress or the BJP. At least that's what the situation right now seems to be. But the exit polls have predicted a clear Congress sweep as far as Haryana is concerned, which is why the two main front runners, Bhupinder Hooda, the Jat strongman, the two-time chief minister, and Kumari Shelja, Congress's most formidable SC leader, have now clearly thrown their hats in the ring, with Kumari Shelja saying that she has stakes too. Meanwhile, Bhupinder Hooda says that the final decision will be taken by the Congress High Command. Take a look.
Why is it that I'm trying to stake claim? Don't you think I deserve? Or is it just that Shelja is trying to stake claim? You go through a journey, you have a level of seniority, you work hard on the ground, you're committed to the party, and such people should be considered on their merit. Why should it be that they stake claim, and whether they deserve, don't deserve, why should that come in? I've always felt, and over the years I've had this discussion even with the members of the High Command, that a national party has to take a political view on things.
This is democracy. Everybody has got right to win, and everybody should aspire. Otherwise, you can also aspire. Who says no to you? But MLAs would decide, High Command would decide.
I can assure you that I have support from all sections of society. One has to learn to work together in a cordial way, cordial fashion. There should be some kind of a situation where people are able to sit together and talk.
On 8th result would be coming, MLAs would be elected, their opinion will be taken, then High Command will decide who will head the government. Then this is hypothetical questions you are asking me. I'll give you answer that day only.
Meanwhile, the BJP, which has been cut to size if these exit polls were to be believed, though of course a lot of health warnings and caveats there, is confident of a victory in Haryana. It's battling a 10-year incumbency, and there was a last-minute change of guard as well, with the 11th hour Chief Minister pick Nayab Singh Saini taking over. He's the man who led the campaign, and he says that our internal surveys have assured us of a victory. Take a look.
देखिए 8 तारीख को हम सरकार बना रहे हैं, मेरे पास सभी रिपोर्ट्स हैं, और 8 तारीख के बाद आपके सामने है 8 तारीख को जनता देगी जवाब, और ये कहेंगे कि ईवीएम है खराब।
Moving now to news from Madhya Pradesh. Well, a major drug haul in Bhopal, very close to a factory in the capital city. In fact, drugs worth over 1,500 crore rupees were seized from this drug factory. Absolutely shocking there. This was a joint operation between the Anti-Terrorism Squad and the Narcotics Control Bureau. This, of course, comes close to the heels of many drug seizures across states, and these are startling numbers. Over 1,500 crore worth of drugs being seized from Bhopal.
बगरोड़ा MPIDC का एक इंडस्ट्रियल एस्टेट है, वहां से इस फैक्ट्री को पकड़ा। फैक्ट्री में से हमें जो दोनों आरोपी अमित चतुर्वेदी और सन्याल बाने मिल गए। जब उस फैक्ट्री की पूरी सर्च की गई तो वहां पे लगभग 907 kg MD, जो कि लिक्विड और सॉलिड दोनों फॉर्म में था, उसको वहां से सीज किया गया। इस टोटल एमडी की कीमत लगभग 1814 करोड़ इंटरनेशनल मार्केट में होती है। इसके अलावा भी वहाँ पे लगभग 5000 किलो जो दूसरे रॉ मटेरियल्स हैं, प्रीकर्सर्स हैं, जो एमडी बनाने में प्रयोग में आते हैं, उन सब का वहाँ से सीजर किया गया।
Meanwhile, in the major drug seizure in the national capital, the main accused has now been arrested. Remember, it was an over 5,000 crore rupee worth of drugs that was seized from Delhi. This was the case over which there was a huge political war of words as well between the Congress and the BJP, with the BJP accusing the Congress of using this quote-unquote drug money in the poll campaigns in neighbouring Haryana. Remember, the drug menace of the syndicate has been a huge issue, and look at those absolutely startling visuals of drugs over 5,000 crore rupees being seized. In fact, the main accused, Safi, has been sent to a 10-day police custody. And with that, we'll take a short break now, but news continues on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
Tap it here and swipe it there. Pound rewards, मैं everywhere. कहीं से भी करूँ collect, spend करूँ direct.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn reward with top brand.
Get it free with single ID.
कि जिसकी सरकार सेंटर में हुई है उसी की सरकार प्रदेश में होती है।
एंटी इनकम्बेंसी को कैसे देख रहे हैं? इनकम्बेंसी नहीं है,
प्रो इनकम्बेंसी।
कांग्रेस आ रही है, भाजपा जा रही है।
Congress is going to form the government in Haryana with a big majority.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from
Welcome back. Some breaking news coming in. A terror attack seems to have been reported in Israel. In fact, this happened at the central bus station in Beersheba. Now remember, this seems to be an isolated attack as of now. Further clarity emerges. One person has been murdered. In fact, a young woman has reportedly been murdered and several people are injured in this attack in Israel. There seems to be a shooting plus a stabbing attack there. The terrorist reportedly is an Israeli Bedouin. Now, the eyewitnesses claim that the terrorist wore a ceramic vest. The terrorist was from the village of Hora in Israel. In fact, he carried out the attack in different areas of the station. The terrorist has also been killed as per reports. Of course, it would be a bit premature for us to link it to the larger situation as far as Israel is concerned, the situation that it's facing in the border areas, which of course remains extremely grave, whether it's in the border with Lebanon or otherwise. Of course, Israel struck parts of Beirut, parts of Lebanon. But as I said, no clarity on whether there is any link to the larger situation unfolding there. But of course, the situation is extremely sensitive given the fact that we are speaking on the eve of the one-year anniversary of the Gaza war. Israel could further ramp up its attack as far as the border areas are concerned. And remember, the attack that happened in Beirut also killed a senior Hamas official. So the war is clearly against the militia, whether it's Hezbollah, Hamas, or of course the Houthis. I remember some Houthi targets were also struck by US and UK militaries. But this particular attack, the news of which is coming from Beersheba in Israel, has killed one person. But what is important to highlight here is that the terrorist is of course also an Israeli. So the attack happened in southern Israel, and the terrorist seems to be an Israeli also. He has been killed. Several people have also been injured. More details will of course emerge, but the focus has to be on the larger situation developing in Israel as well. In fact, if you can try and play some of those visuals of the strike in Lebanon that happened yesterday, which of course has sparked fears of a wider war, a wider regional conflict on the one-year anniversary of the war as well. Remember, these are those visuals of the Israel strikes in Lebanon. Lebanon has clearly emerged as the epicenter of the war. Moving now to some news from the national capital. Well, right ahead of the crucial assembly polls that are expected to be held earlier next year, the Aam Aadmi Party versus the BJP slugfest is only intensifying, this time over the free electricity debate. Now, Arvind Kejriwal at the Aam Aadmi Party's Janta Ki Adalat here in the national capital said that he will campaign for the BJP if the Prime Minister vows free electricity. The BJP also held a counter rally.
ये पूछना केजरीवाल ने बिजली फ्री कर दी। आज इनकी 22 राज्यों में सरकारें हैं, इनसे पूछना एक राज्य बता दो जहां तुमने बिजली फ्री करी हो। एक राज्य बता दो। गुजरात में, राजस्थान में, मध्य प्रदेश में, छत्तीसगढ़ में, उत्तर प्रदेश में, उत्तराखंड में कहीं इन्होंने बिजली फ्री करी हो। इनकी 22 राज्यों में सरकार है। हमने दिल्ली के अंदर गरीबों के लिए शिक्षा शानदार कर दी, सरकारी स्कूल अच्छे कर दिए। 22 राज्यों में इनकी सरकार है। एक काम बता दें, ये एक काम जो इन्होंने अच्छा काम करा हो 22 राज्यों के अंदर।
इसको आम आदमी पार्टी मत कहिए, मैं अपने अनुभव से कह रहा हूं, ये धोखाधड़ी पार्टी है। ये धोखेबाजों का समागम है। ये चोर उचक्के सब इकट्ठे हो गए हैं, भ्रष्टाचारी, और साथियों दिल्ली को लूटने का काम कर रहे हैं।
From the heart of city in Beirut, a city which is scarred by violence and caught between the crossfire between Israel and Hezbollah. A war which started a year ago between Israel and Hamas has now spilled over to Lebanon. NDTV is on the ground to bring latest updates, in-depth analysis, and how the evolving war has impacted this country. Stay tuned for latest updates.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. I'm too busy, baby, making plans on how to get me one of them manly men. All I touch all the love.
From the heart of city in Beirut, a city which is scarred by violence and caught between the crossfire between Israel and Hezbollah. A war which started a year ago between Israel and Hamas has now spilled over to Lebanon. NDTV is on the ground to bring latest updates, in-depth analysis, and how the evolving war has impacted this country. Stay tuned for latest updates.
NDTV World Summit 2024, October 21st and 22nd, only on NDTV Network.
कि जिसकी सरकार सेंटर में हुई है उसी की सरकार प्रदेश में होती है।
एंटी इनकम्बेंसी को कैसे देख रहे हैं? इनकम्बेंसी नहीं है,
प्रो इनकम्बेंसी।
कांग्रेस आ रही है, भाजपा जा रही है।
Congress is going to form the government in Haryana with a big majority.
कि जिसकी सरकार सेंटर में हुई है उसी की सरकार प्रदेश में होती है।
एंटी इनकम्बेंसी को कैसे देख रहे हैं? इनकम्बेंसी नहीं है,
प्रो इनकम्बेंसी।
कांग्रेस आ रही है, भाजपा जा रही है।
Congress is going to form the government in Haryana with a big majority.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City.
Hello friends and welcome to a fresh new week. Welcome to fresh new gadgets. Welcome to fresh new technology because ये है एकदम fresh new episode of your favorite gadget. The name is Gadgets 360 with Technical Guruji. मेरा नाम है गौरव aka Technical Guruji और basically ये जो शो है ना यहाँ पे I try to bring in everything all together. नए gadgets, नई आपके लिए tech tips और in fact आपके सवाल जवाब भी। Let's see what we have in this week's episode. जल्दी से आगे बढ़ते हैं, चलिए शुरू करते हैं। Friends, as it's a normal practice now, आपको पता है, the first thing that we do is to just take a quick recap of the stuff जो हुआ पिछले पूरे हफ्ते में, because in this gadget world things move very fast. तो एक quick recap तो बनता है कि क्या हुआ in the field of gadgets in this segment, news of the week.
Starting October 15th, YouTube will let users upload 3-minute long shorts on YouTube. ये स्क्वायर एंड टॉल एस्पेक्ट रेशियो वाली वीडियोस पे काम करेगा एंड इसके साथ ही YouTube is also adding other tools like templates, the ability to access all of YouTube's content and जल्द ही DeepMind का सबसे केपेबल जनरेटिव वीडियो मॉडल VO भी शॉर्ट्स में कंटेंट बनाने के लिए अवेलेबल हो जाएगा। ओप्पो इंडिया ने रिसेंटली अपने Reno 12 Pro 5G के मनीष मल्होत्रा लिमिटेड एडिशन की सेल शुरू कर दी है। Now this is a Reno 12 Pro 5G, but the collaboration with famous Indian designer Manish Malhotra means it comes with gold filigree and floral embroidery फोन के ब्लैक बैकड्रॉप पर। इस दिवाली गोल्ड कलर थीम में फोन का आस्किंग प्राइस है 36,999 राइट नाउ एंड ये ओप्पो के ऑफिशियल ई स्टोर, फ्लिपकार्ट एंड ऑफलाइन स्टोर्स पर अवेलेबल है। Bolt India launched 2 new headphones, the Q headset and the Boost headset, priced at 1799 and 3799 respectively. दोनों हेडफोन्स में Boom X टेक्नोलॉजी यूज करी है बोल्ट ने, which is essentially a bass booster. इन दोनों में ही Zen ENC माइक है for noise cancellation and fast charging capabilities हैं. While Q headset day-to-day flexible usage के लिए बना है, the Boost headset is a little more prosumer friendly. WhatsApp has added new features. एक तो आप अपने कॉन्टैक्ट्स के स्टेटसेस अब लाइक कर सकते हैं और सिर्फ उन्हीं को दिखाई देगा कि आपने उनका स्टेटस लाइक किया है. Secondly, you can privately mention contacts now when you upload a status so that they definitely see that status. Mentions are private and only the particular contact is notified.
फिर द फर्स्ट सेट ऑफ गैजेट्स जो मेरे पास में है इस बार आपसे बात करने के लिए वो है ये एप्पल की नई वाली एप्पल वॉच सीरीज 10. दिस इज इन द टाइटेनियम एडिशन और साथ में है एप्पल वॉच अल्ट्रा 2 इन दिस न्यू ब्लैक फिनिश. ये तो बेसिकली सिमिलर एक्सपीरियंस देती है जैसे कि एप्पल वॉच अल्ट्रा 2 आज तक देती आई है, बट दिस इज अ कंप्लीटली न्यू डील बिकॉज दिस इज द स्लिमेस्ट एप्पल वॉच एवर. जी हाँ, इससे ज्यादा स्लिम आज तक कभी एप्पल ने अपनी कोई वॉच नहीं बनाई है. तो Series 10 definitely brings in a new flavor. साथ में the display is even bigger. Now the watch comes in two sizes, 42 and 46 mm और basically aluminium के साथ में titanium के हमको options मिल रहे हैं. There is no more stainless steel and the watch definitely has some smart features. Things like the detection of sleep apnea या अगर हम बात करते हैं तो नया watch face काफी exciting लगती है Apple Watch Series 10. Let's have a closer look and understand more in detail कि आखिर Apple ने क्या नया किया है इन नई Apple Watches के साथ में.
Comparisons are the thief of joy, but Apple ने Watch 10 में जो meaningful upgrades दिए हैं, they make it a compelling choice if you're looking for a new smartwatch in the Apple ecosystem. The screens, they've gotten larger and much brighter compared to the Series 9, which came in 45mm or 41mm sizes. But the Watch 10 is slightly bigger, with options of 46mm and 42mm, लेकिन screen to body ratios ज़्यादा हैं. That is why ये बड़ी feel होती है. But Apple has shaved width and weight off. Aluminium and lightweight titanium finishes की वजह से it doesn't feel that size. नया S10 chip, नए watch faces, काफी सारे नए fitness related features भी हैं इसमें like sleep apnea detection, like water temperature sensing, depth gauging and a depth app जो कि Oceanic Plus app के साथ nicely pair हो जाते हैं. Because you can take the Series 10 snorkeling and improve charging capability, not battery capacity, mind you. ये काफी सारे माइल्ड इंक्रीमेंट्स नहीं हैं. फॉर पीपल लुकिंग टू अपग्रेड फ्रॉम सीरीज 8 और बिलो, द सीरीज 10 मेक्स सेंस. हाउएवर, फॉर पीपल जिनका लाइफस्टाइल थोड़ा और रफ एंड टफ है, एप्पल अपडेटेड एंड अपग्रेडेड द वॉच अल्ट्रा एंड सो दिस इज द एप्पल वॉच अल्ट्रा 2. 49mm का साइज सेम है बट स्क्रीन काफी ब्राइट हो गई है. द S9 चिपसेट ब्रिंग्स फीचर्स लाइक डबल टैप एंड इवन Siri इज फास्टर बिकॉज इट्स ऑन बोर्ड नाउ. Water resistance of up to 100 meters, IP6X dust resistance continues. In fact, ये Ultra watches EN 13319 certified हैं. This means internationally recognized diving accessories. The original Watch Ultra still holds its place.
Let's see, watches like these ये स्मार्ट तो होती हैं लेकिन हमको टाइम भी बताती हैं. एंड स्पीकिंग ऑफ टाइम, मेरे ख्याल से ऑनलाइन शॉपिंग जो है वो हम सभी का टाइम बचाती है. नाउ वी आर सो मच यूज्ड टू ऑनलाइन शॉपिंग. फिर चाहे आप Amazon पे जाएं या किसी और वेबसाइट पे, यू नो द डील, ऑनलाइन शॉपिंग इज द न्यू ट्रेंड. डिड यू नो कि Amazon का पहले नाम cadabra.com हो सकता था? जी हाँ, इट कम्स बिकॉज जब जेफ बेजोस इस Amazon के बारे में प्लान कर रहे थे, द आइडिया वाज टू क्रिएट दिस वर्ल्ड्स बिगेस्ट बुक स्टोर. और उस टाइम पे यू नो द स्पेल आब्राकाडाब्रा, वहां से इंस्पायर होके कडाब्रा के ऊपर जो है वो एक बार को ब्रेक लगा था. बट देन थिंग्स चेंज्ड एंड दे डिसाइडेड टू गो विद Amazon बिकॉज Amazon इन फैक्ट इज द वर्ल्ड्स लार्जेस्ट रिवर इन टर्म्स ऑफ द वॉल्यूम ऑफ वाटर. तो वहां से शुरू हुआ Amazon. एंड फॉर अ फैक्ट अगर आप इनका लोगो भी देखते हैं तो इट स्टार्ट्स फ्रॉम A एंड Z के बीच में एक एरो आपको दिखाई देता है, जस्ट सिंबलाइजिंग कि यहां पे A to Z सब कुछ मिलता है. एंड दैट एरो आल्सो हैपेंस टू बी अ स्माइली फेस. फन फैक्ट, जब ये Amazon की शुरुआत हुई उस टाइम पे काफी सारे डोमेन्स को जो है वो खरीद लिया गया था. और इनफैक्ट Amazon टुडे ओन्स न्यूमरस अदर डोमेन्स. मतलब आपके लिए एक्सपेरिमेंट है, जस्ट गो ऑन टू योर ब्राउजर एंड टाइप relentless.com. जी हाँ, relentless.com और मुझे बताना उसके बाद में क्या हुआ. यू नो वेयर टू रीच मी, इट्स वेरी इजी, tg@ndtv.com. लेट मी नो कि क्या होता है जब आप टाइप करते हैं अपने ब्राउजर में relentless.com. Friends, moving ahead, the next gadget that I have this week is again a watch. This one is from Google. ये है नई वाली Google Pixel Watch 3. Comes in two different sizes. This beautiful round dial, काफी immersive experience है, and again packs a lot in terms of hardware. यहाँ पे Fitbit का आपको पूरा मजा मिलने वाला है in this watch. Quite unique offering for the Android side of things, because अगर आपके पास में एक iPhone है then Apple Watch becomes the norm. But अगर हम Android की बात करते हैं तो you have Samsung's watches for Galaxy smartphones. Although वो बाकी फोन में काम करती हैं, but this is what Google thinks a smartwatch should be. Especially if you have a Pixel phone, this becomes a nice companion. एक बार देखते हैं थोड़ा सा up close what exactly is going on with this Google Pixel Watch 3.
Pixel Watch 3 आपको दो साइज ऑप्शंस में मिल जाती है, 41mm and 45mm. While the love for style and design is subjective, everyone would agree that the Pixel Watch 3 does carry a minimal feel. The aluminium finish is nice to the touch and ये ज़्यादा heavy भी नहीं है. इसका actual display custom made 3D Corning Gorilla Glass 5 से protected है, and for outdoor legibility, it hits 2000 nits of peak brightness. And it is also very considerate about battery sipping, क्योंकि ये 1 nit तक कम भी हो जाता है when always on display is activated. Plus, these watches they run on a Snapdragon chipset alongside a Cortex M33 co-processor. ये combination Wear OS 5.0 जो इस watch का OS है उसको काफी fluid बना देता है. Much needed because the watch is chock-a-block with sensors, SpO2, ECG, optical heart rate sensing, skin temperature sensor, skin conductance sensing for body response tracking. ये सिर्फ हाईलाइट रील है, बाकी नेसेसरी सेंसर्स भी हैं वॉच में. बट एड दीज टू द इंट्रोडक्टरी ऑफर ऑफ गेटिंग 6 months ऑफ फिटबिट प्रीमियम एंड यू नो कि पिक्सल वॉच 3 भी एक फिटनेस डिवाइस का काम कर सकती है. इनफैक्ट मॉर्निंग ब्रीफ इज सच अ नाइस फीचर दैट सम्स अप थिंग्स लाइक स्लीप स्कोर, रेडीनेस एंड वेदर प्रेडिक्शंस इनटू अ नाइस रीड अर्ली इन द मॉर्निंग. ऑफ कोर्स कुछ एक्सक्लूसिव फीचर्स हैं जिनको आप पिक्सल फोन के साथ पेयर करके एंजॉय कर सकते हैं, बट फॉर मोस्ट एंड्रॉयड फोन्स Pixel Watch 3 and its 24 hours का claimed battery life are a good option from the premium section of Android smartwatches.
So friends, there you have it. That's everything about this Google Pixel Watch 3. आपको थोड़ा सा बस इंतजार में करवाऊंगा because break के उस पार ट्रस्ट मी मैं आपको एक ऐसे टिप देने वाला हूं जिससे आपका बहुत ज्यादा टाइम बचेगा. Yes, I'll be able to help you save time. उसके लिए थोड़ा सा इंतजार करो. Right after a short break, I'll come back with this nice tech tip और आपके सवालों के जवाब भी दूंगा. I'll be right back.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
From the heart of city in Beirut, a city which is scarred by violence and caught between the crossfire between Israel and Hezbollah. A war which started a year ago between Israel and Hamas has now spilled over to Lebanon. NDTV is on the ground to bring latest updates, in-depth analysis, and how the evolving war has impacted this country. Stay tuned for latest updates.
कि जिसकी सरकार सेंटर में हुई है उसी की सरकार प्रदेश में होती है.
एंटी इनकम्बेंसी को कैसे देख रहे हैं? इनकम्बेंसी नहीं है,
प्रो इनकम्बेंसी.
कांग्रेस आ रही है, भाजपा जा रही है.
Congress is going to form government in Haryana with a big majority.
कि जिसकी सरकार सेंटर में हुई है उसी की सरकार प्रदेश में होती है।
एंटी इनकम्बेंसी को कैसे देख रहे हैं? इनकम्बेंसी नहीं है,
प्रो इनकम्बेंसी।
कांग्रेस आ रही है, भाजपा जा रही है।
Congress is going to form the government in Haryana with a big majority.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
From the heart of city in Beirut, a city which is scarred by violence and caught between the crossfire between Israel and Hezbollah. A war which started a year ago between Israel and Hamas has now spilled over to Lebanon. NDTV is on the ground to bring latest updates, in-depth analysis, and how the evolving war has impacted this country. Stay tuned for latest updates.
कि जिसकी सरकार सेंटर में हुई है उसी की सरकार प्रदेश में होती है।
एंटी इनकम्बेंसी को कैसे देख रहे हैं? इनकम्बेंसी नहीं है,
प्रो इनकम्बेंसी।
कांग्रेस आ रही है, भाजपा जा रही है।
Congress is going to form the government in Haryana with a big majority.
कि जिसकी सरकार सेंटर में हुई है उसी की सरकार प्रदेश में होती है।
एंटी इनकम्बेंसी को कैसे देख रहे हैं? इनकम्बेंसी नहीं है,
प्रो इनकम्बेंसी।
कांग्रेस आ रही है, भाजपा जा रही है।
Congress is going to form the government in Haryana with a big majority.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
हेलो फ्रेंड्स, वेलकम बैक आफ्टर द ब्रेक। आप देख रहे हैं आपका फेवरेट गैजेट शो जो है गैजेट 360 विद टेक्निकल गुरुजी। मेरा नाम है गौरव, मैं हूं आपका होस्ट। और जैसा मैंने आपको बताया था ब्रेक से पहले कि मैं आपको एक ऐसी टिप दूंगा जिससे आपका बहुत ज़्यादा टाइम बचेगा। वेल, हियर यू गो। सो बेसिकली आपने अक्सर ये नोटिस किया होगा कि जब भी आप कुछ सर्च करने जाते हैं अपने ब्राउजर पे, तो वहां पे जो आपको रिजल्ट्स मिलते हैं, इट्स अ मिक्स वैरायटी। स्पॉन्सर्ड रिजल्ट्स भी होते हैं, उसके बाद में डिपेंडिंग ऑन योर प्रेफरेंसेस कई बार आपके डेटा यूटिलाइज करके आपको रिजल्ट्स में जो है वो मॉडिफिकेशन देखने को मिलते हैं। इट इज वेरी डिफिकल्ट टू फाइंड व्हाट एग्जैक्टली यू आर लुकिंग एट, या आपको जो रिजल्ट चाहिए वो मिल नहीं। Guys, here's the thing. Let's say कि अगर आपको विकिपीडिया पे किसी पर्टिकुलर चीज के बारे में सर्च करना है, तो जब आप सर्च क्वेरी डालते हैं उससे पहले केवल विकी लिख दीजिए या विकिपीडिया लिख दीजिए फॉलोड बाय द कीवर्ड्स दैट यू आर सर्चिंग फॉर, तो आपको जो आर्टिकल्स हैं वो विकिपीडिया वाले मिलेंगे। मतलब इट जस्ट मेक्स योर लाइफ इजियर बिकॉज द सर्च प्रॉम्प्ट is deciding the kind of results जो आपको मिलने वाले हैं। तो अगर आप नेक्स्ट टाइम किसी भी स्पेसिफिक वेबसाइट से कुछ सर्च करना चाहते हैं तो जस्ट add its name in the beginning of your search query, ताकि जो आपको रिजल्ट्स मिले उसमें थोड़ा क्लटर कम हो और आपके काम की चीज ज्यादा हो। आपका टाइम डेफिनेटली बचने वाला है। Now friends, it's time now for me to answer all the questions जो आपने पूछे थे in this segment Ask TG, and trust me, ये मेरा personal favorite है because knowledge को हम जितना share करें उतना मजा आता है, and what's more fun कि मैं आपके सवालों के जवाब दूं, that too जो आपने सवाल पूछे हैं regarding gadgets and technology. Let's see the kind of questions we have for this week's episode.
Hello TG, कंपनीज कैसे चुनती है कि फोन में स्नैपड्रैगन प्रोसेसर होगा या फिर मीडियाटेक?
See, the kind of product development cycle जो ये कंपनीज फॉलो करती हैं, ट्रस्ट मी व्हेन आई से दिस, कोई भी कंपनी अगर एक मोबाइल फोन लॉन्च करती है आज की डेट में तो उसका काम 2 साल पहले शुरू हो जाता है ऑन एन एवरेज। मतलब अगर हम आज बात कर रहे हैं आईफोन 16 जब लॉन्च हो चुका है, एप्पल जो काम कर रहा है इट्स ऑलरेडी वर्किंग टुवर्ड्स आईफोन 18 एंड 19 फ्रॉम टुडे। तो डेवलपमेंट साइकिल काफी पहले से शुरू हो जाता है एंड उसमें फिर डिसाइड किया जाता है कि अच्छा किस प्राइस पे ये फोन आएगा। जो पार्टनर ब्रांड्स हैं, फॉर एग्जांपल क्वालकॉम, मीडियाटेक, जहां से कैमरा आ रहा है, जहां से डिस्प्ले आ रहा है, उन सबको भी देखा जाता है। दे आर ऑल्सो डेवलपिंग देयर ओन न्यू प्रोडक्ट्स। और उसके बाद व्हेन देयर इज एन अंडरस्टैंडिंग कि हाँ इस बजट में दिस प्रोसेसर लुक्स is paired with this battery capacity, paired with this camera sensor, this exact design, ये सब चीजें जो हैं ये बहुत पहले से स्टार्ट होती है। बेसिकली द राइट ऑप्टिमाइजेशन इज व्हाट द ब्रांड्स आर लुकिंग एट, कि जो फोन है या जो भी प्रोडक्ट वो बनाना चाह रहे हैं वो जिस प्राइस पे आ रहा है उस प्राइस में हाउ वेल ऑप्टिमाइज्ड इट इज इन टर्म्स ऑफ कि उसमें क्या फीचर्स होने वाले हैं, कैमरा कैसा होगा, प्रोसेसर कैसा होगा, एंड दैट्स हाउ दे मेक द डिसीजन डिपेंडिंग ऑन जो उनको प्रेफर्ड लगता है बेसिस ऑफ देयर रिक्वायरमेंट्स।
सर, एक फोन से 2 TWS कनेक्ट कैसे करते हैं?
You can connect if your phone supports dual Bluetooth connection. डिपेंड करता है, अगर आपका फोन ये सपोर्ट करता है इट्स वेरी इजी। आप जैसे एक पेयर कर रहे हैं सेम तरीके से यू कैन पेयर द सेकंड ईयरफोन एज वेल, एंड जो साउंड आउटपुट सेटिंग्स हैं वहां पे जाके आप दोनों को इनेबल कर सकते हो, दोनों में आपका सेम कंटेंट प्ले हो जाएगा, बट नॉट ऑल स्मार्टफोन्स सपोर्ट दिस फीचर।
Hello Gaurav, how are you? My office has blocked USB port on my computer, but we are using pen drive to transfer data. Is there any way to bypass this?
Definitely there is a way to bypass, but I would not recommend you to do that, because if your organization has disabled the USB ports, then there has to be a reason for that, and in that case if you are transferring data using pen drives and all, so either they must allow it officially, otherwise I don't think it's advisable कि you unblock the USB ports and then transfer data, because अगर मना किया है तो there must be a reason for that. Although there are ways to unblock it, but I would recommend you not to go that way. See, speaking of बड़ा फोन, I mean 6.7, 6.8 जो स्क्रीन साइज के फोन्स हैं यूजुअली आपको यही मिलते हैं अक्रॉस प्राइस रेंज अगर आप देखते हैं आज की डेट में, सो दैट शुड बी ओके। बट कंसिडरिंग द Redmi Note 13 Pro प्लस 5G जो आप बात कर रहे हैं, 30,000 के बजट में आई वुड नॉट गो विद Redmi, आई वुड वांट टू चूज अनदर ब्रांड। तो आपको ऑप्शंस बहुत सारे मिल जाएंगे, चाहे हम OnePlus Nord 4 की बात करें, चाहे हम iQOO के फोन्स की बात करें, चाहे हम Motorola की बात करें, चाहे हम Nothing की बात करें, ऑप्शंस बहुत सारे हैं। आई वुड नॉट वांट टू टेक Redmi एट दैट प्राइस।
Namaste Technical Guruji, I watch your shows every week. Please share some gossip about upcoming gaming phone. I want to upgrade to a flagship gaming phone. So can you please tell me about any upcoming phone and how long should I wait?
If you want to get a gaming oriented smartphone, in that case you are left with two options. एक आपको iQOO के फोन का इंतजार करना चाहिए, the new iQOO 13, जहाँ पे of course Qualcomm Snapdragon 8 Gen 4 processor and all the high end specs मिलने वाली हैं. The second option of course is the Asus ROG phone. तो आपको इंडिया में ये दो ही ऑप्शंस मिलते हैं. ROG जो है वो यूजुअली साल की शुरुआत में आता है, so I would say next year in the beginning the phone might launch. iQOO again इस ईयर एंड तक बाहर लॉन्च होगा और जब इंडिया आएगा तो शायद जनवरी या फरवरी का टाइम हो जाएगा. हो सकता है दिसंबर में भी आ जाए, बिकॉज अक्टूबर इज व्हेन क्वालकॉम इज लॉन्चिंग द न्यू चिप्स. सो यही दो फोन्स होते हैं. बट ऑन अ होल अगर हम देखें, सो एनी फ्लैगशिप फोन टुडे, either it's Samsung or Apple अगर हम बात करते हैं, या OnePlus for that matter, they are pretty good at gaming all together. तो ऐसा नहीं है कि you can't game well on a Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra या the iPhone Pro or the Pro Max या आपका OnePlus 12 वगैरह. मतलब ये सब they are quite capable in terms of gaming. But if you are specifically looking at gaming centric features of these gaming phones, then the options are iQOO and Asus. और जब नई चिप्स लॉन्च होंगी फ्रॉम क्वालकॉम और मीडियाटेक, तब आपको ये नए फोन्स, इनका जो है नया वर्जन वो देखने को मिलेगा. Okay, so guys, that's all from this week's episode of this gadget show, जहाँ पे हम हर बार कुछ नए गैजेट्स की बात करते हैं और इनफैक्ट सवाल जवाब करके जो कन्वर्सेशन थोड़ा सा और आगे बढ़ा लेते हैं. Well, if you want to ask any question, if you have any feedback, any appreciation, आपको कुछ भी अगर कहना है, you know the drill, it's pretty easy. tg@ndtv.com. Drop in all your emails और मैं आपसे मिलता हूँ next week with some more gadgets, some more fun in your favorite show, Gadgets 360 with Technical Guruji. Till then, take care and have a good day ahead.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
कि जिसकी सरकार सेंटर में हुई है उसी की सरकार प्रदेश में होती है.
एंटी इनकम्बेंसी को कैसे देख रहे हैं? इनकम्बेंसी नहीं है,
प्रो इनकम्बेंसी.
कांग्रेस आ रही है, भाजपा जा रही है.
Congress is going to form the government in Haryana with a big majority.
कि जिसकी सरकार सेंटर में हुई है उसी की सरकार प्रदेश में होती है.
एंटी इनकम्बेंसी को कैसे देख रहे हैं? इनकम्बेंसी नहीं है,
प्रो इनकम्बेंसी.
कांग्रेस आ रही है, भाजपा जा रही है.
Congress is going to form the government in Haryana with a big majority.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
From the heart of city in Beirut, a city which is scarred by violence and caught between the crossfire between Israel and Hezbollah. A war which started a year ago between Israel and Hamas has now spilled over to Lebanon. NDTV is on the ground to bring latest updates, in-depth analysis and how the evolving war has impacted this country. Stay tuned for latest updates.
NDTV World Summit 2024, October 21st and 22nd, only on NDTV Network. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
कि जिसकी सरकार सेंटर में हुई है उसी की सरकार प्रदेश में होती है।
एंटी इनकम्बेंसी को कैसे देख रहे हैं? इनकम्बेंसी नहीं है,
प्रो इनकम्बेंसी।
कांग्रेस आ रही है, भाजपा जा रही है।
Congress is going to form the government in Haryana with a big majority.
कि जिसकी सरकार सेंटर में हुई है उसी की सरकार प्रदेश में होती है।
एंटी इनकम्बेंसी को कैसे देख रहे हैं? इनकम्बेंसी नहीं है,
प्रो इनकम्बेंसी।
कांग्रेस आ रही है, भाजपा जा रही है।
Congress is going to form the government in Haryana with a big majority.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
From the heart of city in Beirut, a city which is scarred by violence and caught between the crossfire between Israel and Hezbollah. A war which started a year ago between Israel and Hamas has now spilled over to Lebanon. NDTV is on the ground to bring latest updates, in-depth analysis and how the evolving war has impacted this country. Stay tuned for latest updates.
Attack in southern Israel's Beersheba, 1 killed and several people have been injured in the stabbing and shooting incident. NDTV reports from the war zone in Beirut. Middle East crisis escalates. This as Israel strikes Lebanon and of course multiple fronts now opened.
From the heart of the city of Beirut, I bring you the exclusive updates and in-depth analysis that why a city which was earlier called the Paris of the Middle East is caught between the crossfire. From the heart of the
Haryana Chief Minister contender Kumari Shelja on NDTV. Meanwhile, Bhupinder Roda also speaks exclusively to NDTV. Shelja says, I have Haryana's support. This as the fight heats up for the Chief Minister's post. A mega drug haul in Madhya Pradesh. Drugs worth over 1,500 crore rupees seized in Bhopal. Meanwhile, in Delhi, the police arrests the main accused in the 5,000 crore cocaine bust case. Maldivian President Mohammad Muizzu touches down in India. From India out to bail out, a change in priorities for the Maldivian president. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Vedant Agarwal and some breaking news coming in. Well, in the Women's T20 World Cup, India has registered its maiden win by beating Pakistan by 6 wickets. Well, it's India's maiden win. As I said, this is India chased down 106 target in the 18th. This, of course, as the Women's T20 World Cup is being held in the UAE. A last-minute change in venue, certainly, as far as the World Cup is concerned. And you have the who's who of the world of women's cricket in the World Cup, and a lot to anticipate, a lot to look forward to. This is, India has had track record, a formidable one when it comes to women's cricket, particularly in the past 2 to 3 years. And the latest, of course, a big win there for India. And of course, every time it's an India versus Pakistan match, there is a lot of interest, and India beating Pakistan by 6 wickets. So certainly, as I said, a formidable victory there for India. In fact, Arundhati Reddy is the player of the match, but India is still 4th in the table despite the victory, despite the 6-wicket victory against Pakistan. But as I said, this is India's first victory as far as the Women's World Cup is concerned. There was a lot of anticipation around the World Cup, given the fact that, as I said, this time around it's being held in the UAE. Earlier it was supposed to be a different venue, but there was this last-minute change. India, of course, took on New Zealand in the first match, and now India battling Pakistan and winning by 6 wickets. But as I said, India is still 4th in the table despite the victory there, and it seems to be sort of a neck-and-neck fight till the very end, given the fact that India managed to chase down that target of 106 in the 18th over. My colleague Rika Roy is now joining us live. So Rika, what were some of the highlights of the match?
Well, you see, India won the match in the penultimate over, and India won the match against Pakistan, the arch rivals, by 6 wickets. That's good news. But what is not so good news is that India really has to work on their net run rate now, because even after this win, they are in the 4th position on the league table. Up next, they will be taking on Sri Lanka in the Cricket World Cup. And Indian batters, they did not look very convincing today. Shefali Verma played a very uncharacteristic and scratchy knock. Her run rate was below, her strike rate was below 100 in this game, which is not quite expected of the likes of Shefali Verma. Though Arundhati Reddy won the player of the match for the couple of wickets that she was able to claim in the power play, that really set Pakistan back. Remember, Pakistan had won their last game, and in this game, because of a good power play by India, Pakistan was restricted to only 105 runs. It was a brilliant chance for India to better their net run rate, which is something that the team needs to work on, because they are in the group of death in this edition of the World Cup. However, they were not able to work on the net run rate part of it. Good news, though, is that they have won their first match of the World Cup, which is against Pakistan. The opening match they lost against New Zealand, but they have made a turnaround in this game, having won the first match. There on your picture, there on your screen are the pictures of India getting through this win. The last hit was taken by Deepti Sharma, India's all-rounder.
Absolutely.
But one of the worrying news would be Captain Harmanpreet Kaur getting injured. We'll really have to wait and see how she pulls up in the next game.
All right, Rika, thanks very much for joining us with the latest there. But moving now to the big headline, well, the West Asia conflict expanding, and now an attack has been reported in Israel as well. Let me go straight across to our colleague Mohammad Ghazali, joining us from Beirut, in fact. So Ghazali, before we come to the larger picture as far as the war is concerned, give us more details as far as this attack in southern Israel is concerned. Of course, a very sensitive area, but is it linked to the larger conflict as well?
Yes, certainly, Vedant, it's happened in the occupied territory, and the situation is quite tense across the border as well. Here in Beirut, we have got a sense right behind me. I can't show you from here because using a mobile phone like that always is under threat here, but I'm right close to the airport area, and the situation is tense because nobody knows at which region will come under the attack. And I'm close to the area called Dae. That was also the headquarters of the organization which rules here. So, and behind me is the Mediterranean, the airport area, and all those areas which have been under constant attack from the occupied Palestinian territory. Right now, the civilians in the city are also very uncertain that which area will come under the aerial attack from across the border. And I can hear the sounds of the drones here, because some people over here are warning that continuously for the last 1 week since the pager explosion and all happened. This area is under constant surveillance because it is very close to the Mediterranean Sea, and right across the Mediterranean is the occupied territory of Palestine, the cities of Haifa and all. What is happening here is that everybody is also glued to the television screen, the social media as well, because tomorrow marks the 1 year of that deadly attack which happened in the occupied territory. Right now, even the organization which rules here, which the occupied territory people are in fight with, is also like, just to tell you, the situation here is very tense because the people in the plain clothes are also roaming around the streets, and everybody is uncertain that what will happen next, because all eyes were towards Iran, but suddenly the escalation has happened on the northern border of the occupied territory. And there are areas which are still under bombardment. So bombs are dropping in near the airport area, bombs are dropping in near the Syria-Lebanon border. And what is more tragic and alarming is that back in 2011, when Arab Spring happened, and after that we saw the influence of ISIS emerging in that belt of Syria, Turkey, and even in Lebanon. So people who had left Syria back then had settled here in Lebanon as refugees. But after the attack, people are leaving the same Lebanon, going back to Syria and some areas of Turkey as well. But the occupied territory owners or the government of the occupied territory had also like bombed these places, and that is why it is very uncertain that what will happen next. And all eyes are on tomorrow, that whether there are reports, there are murmurs in the security establishment here that perhaps tomorrow will be a day when perhaps from across the border attacks may happen in Lebanon as well. As of now, the south and north Beirut is under intense attack. There are ground operations are also going there. And people have no means to even access or go to those areas. From airport till here, people are coming to the city center of Beirut, but going towards the north or south Beirut is very risky. And there are many people who have taken shelter in government schools. The government has engaged international NGOs as well as the local NGOs in Beirut to ensure that kids, women, whosoever are displaced people, they should come and stay here. But as far as the security is concerned, it is very tense. Very tense. Why? Because on one end, the army of Lebanon, represented by, or say, the members of the Hezbollah, is still fighting with occupied territory from across the border. Aerial attacks are still happening, and that is why it is very tense. Photography or videography on the street like that is not allowed because it is not very clear that who is now heading that organization which has lost many of its leaders in that attack. So right now, all eyes are on tomorrow, that whether, and we have also seen the attack in that territory where 8 people were stabbed, 1 lady has been killed. So the risk over there is of intifada, what we had seen in 80s and then back in 2000 when an uprising happened in the occupied territory. So it is all very intertwined right now. But the situation is an airy silence in the region in the central Beirut as well. And the areas which are the stronghold of Hezbollah are inaccessible. People can't generally go into that area because every now and then there are loud explosions. You can hear explosions on the southern and the northern corner of the city, as well as different regions, the hilly territory of Beirut as well.
Absolutely. Ghazali, thanks very much for breaking down all those details and giving us a very important perspective. Do stay safe yourself, given the fact that Lebanon is under immense bombing and strikes, as you said. But let's take a look at some of the reports that Ghazali sent us earlier in the day.
The situation in Lebanon's capital Beirut is tense. On my left, on this side, is the South Beirut. On this side of the road is the North Beirut. And right now, I'm here in Western Beirut. I'm reporting here from one of the schools behind me, if you see. This particular school, the boundary wall of which has got many people who are displaced from south and northern areas who have come here. This is a government school, and you can see inside there are many people who have been displaced and have been staying here with the assistance of local NGOs. I'm joined here I'm going to talk to one of the representatives of the NGO. His name is Mr. Hamza. Hi, Hamza.
Hi.
Can you just tell us in brief that what is the ground situation here?
The ground situation, the people right there are run away from the bomb that attack on the south. So there's the only available school when they come, and they are about 360 people, about 86 families. They are here, and we are doing our best to get their needs until the war will be end, inshallah.
Okay. And can you tell us that what are the areas which have come under the attack in Beirut in the last 48 hours or so?
The only area in Beirut that got attacked is about the Dahi, the Dahiya al-Janubiyya. So any other place?
Dahiya is in the north and Junub.
Yeah. Yes. No. It's the Janub Beirut.
Okay.
The north of the Beirut.
In north of the
South Beirut.
Okay.
So this the only area that getting attacked by Israeli planes.
Okay.
Any other city or place that are getting attacked, there are small damage.
Okay. How many people are staying here in this school?
About 360.
360,
Yeah.
including women and children.
Including everything overall.
And where and from which areas they have been displaced in Beirut?
Different places from the south, and there are people from the Dahi.
From Dahi.
Yeah.
So north is not under the attack. The north of the Beirut is also under attack, or no?
No. There are only there's one place in Beirut they're getting attacked. It's Dahi.
And the south area.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. There are reports that the border areas between Syria and Lebanon has also been attacked, the connecting area.
Yes, there's now no way to get to Syria. The only road that's been bombed also by Israelis. So people are trying to get to Syria, to Jordan, any place they can go run away from the bomb.
This is a government school.
Yes, this is a school for the government.
Okay.
It's Omar Farouk.
Omar Farouk.
Yes.
And what is the name of your NGO?
Badr Foundation.
Badr Foundation.
Yes.
So how many people Badr Foundation has been helping in the last 1 week or so since the attack has happened?
We are helping people since the first day of bomb.
Okay.
We are here on the ground since the first day, the first hour also.
Okay. Okay. And has there been any explosion, bombing in this particular area in the last 1 week?
There is one bomb closed to this school. It's the end of this road.
Okay.
Okay, so there's only one or two people are being attacked only. But this is the only bomb in close for us.
From the heart of city in Beirut, a city which is scarred by violence and caught between the crossfire between Israel and Hezbollah. A war which started a year ago between Israel and Hamas has now spilled over to Lebanon. NDTV is on the ground to bring latest updates, in-depth analysis, and how the evolving war has impacted this country. Stay tuned for latest updates.
And looking now at the big political headline back home, well, battleground Haryana, Congress seems to be all set to make a comeback in the heartland if exit polls were to be believed. Now remember, exit polls have given a clear edge to the Congress as far as Haryana is concerned, and a big BJP upset is predicted. Though of course in Haryana, the Congress rumblings have already begun, with the front runners Kumari Shelja, the Congress's most formidable SC leader, and also Bhupinder Hooda, staking their claim already. In fact, they're talking about how, throwing their hat in the ring as well. But this, of course, as both Kumari Shelja and Bhupinder Hooda have said, that the final decision will be taken by the Congress High Command. Listen to what Kumari Shelja exclusively told NDTV.
Mr. Hooda, when I asked him about who will be the Chief Minister, he says it will be the MLAs will decide, the High Command will take a final call on it. He's not retired. He's not giving space to his son. You're also an aspirant. How are you going to be able to deal with these various issues of finding who's going to be the Chief Minister? Is it just going to be MLAs, or is it going to be the High Command? Because you have been a loyalist. I've known you for 30 years in the party, been struggling to keep your face, and today you're trying to stake claim to become the Chief Minister.
What do you mean trying to stake claim? Why is it that I'm trying to stake claim? Don't you think I deserve? Or is it just that Shelja is trying to stake claim? I think you also should get away from this mindset that people try to stake claim. You go through a journey, you have a level of seniority. You work hard on the ground. You're committed to the party, and such people should be considered on their merit. Why should it be that they stake claim, and whether they deserve, don't deserve, why should that come in? A national party has to take a political view on things, and that is what they have. What should be the main consideration of the decision anytime, anywhere, for any post, as to what we want to do, what we want to show, what we want to present. So that, but apart from that, see, it's always the High Command's last word which counts. Obviously, once you start this, then jostling starts. And I don't think that's very healthy for a party.
We saw today, this time around in the campaign, caste polarization, Jats versus non-Jats,
That you will see when the results come out.
You feel, and what do you mean by that?
I mean that, all sections have supported the party. All of us moved around. Dalits have supported in a big way. They came back to the party in Lok Sabha and now in Vidhan Sabha. So not just Dalits, others also. And in Haryana, and I always say in all my interviews when asked, that it's the Chhattis Biradari. And I think we have to move away from one segment, dominance of one segment, because you're not doing any justice to that one segment also. You're isolating them, and that doesn't help them either. I think we really need this bhaichara, as we call it in Haryana. Bhaichara is more important than one caste, one community, because why alienate one community after the other?
Mr. Huda himself calls you his sister. How would you like to describe him? Because you all are now both contenders for the top post. How do you view this within the family?
It's not that he's called me sister only once. He used to call me sister even earlier. So I don't think you should go by such optics. Basically, one has to learn to work together in a cordial way, cordial fashion. That's what a party is all about. That one should be able to sit together, discuss issues, have differences. There are always differences. But there should be a platform where people should sit together and discuss issues.
Meanwhile, the BJP, which could potentially lose Haryana if the exit polls were to be believed, is confident of a victory. In fact, the man who led the campaign, the BJP's 11th hour Chief Minister Pig Nayab Singh Saini, has said that our internal surveys have assured us of a victory and that exit polls must be taken with a pinch of salt. Dipinder Huda has hit back on this as well. Take a look.
कॉन्फिडेंस बीजेपी की ट्रेनिंग से आता है. बीजेपी की इस प्रकार की ट्रेनिंग है कि कोई जो है बड़े से बड़ा कोई झूठ बोले, मगर बोले आत्मविश्वास के साथ. बीजेपी के तमाम नेता इस लाइन. नायब सिंह जी थोड़ी चिंता करें अपनी लाडवा विधानसभा की. लाडवा में भी कांग्रेस जीत रही है.
हाँ, देखिए 8 तारीख को हम सरकार बना रहे हैं. मेरे पास सभी रिपोर्ट्स हैं और 8 तारीख के बाद आपके सामने है. 8 तारीख को जनता देगी जवाब और ये कहेंगे कि ईवीएम है खराब.
Moving now to news from West Bengal, where a horrific case of murder of a minor has been reported in Bengal. In fact, in the CCTV, the accused in this particular case was seen before he reportedly committed the crime. The Calcutta High Court, importantly, has made some important observations in this, and it has ordered a second post-mortem of the victim as well. Let me go across to my colleague Saurabh Gupta joining us from Kolkata. Saurabh, what more details do you have on this? Seems like an absolutely horrific case.
Well, the police have arrested the accused in the case, and they say that, as far as adding sections of any kind of sexual crime, and given that, the victim is a minor, the application of sections of the POCSO Act, that will depend on the postmortem report. Now, here it seems to be a mismatch between the police's understanding and the court's understanding of what the legal process should be. The court felt that, the police should have added sections of POCSO. The police say they will add it once they have the postmortem report that says specifically that POCSO is attracted, and they will then add it if the post-mortem report says so. And that is one thing that has transpired. The second thing is that the Calcutta High Court has ordered a second post-mortem. This will be conducted in Ames, Kalyani, in the presence of a magistrate, and the SDPO Kalyani will facilitate it. And this, of course, comes after the first post-mortem that took place today, and the body has been kept at the Katapukur morgue. And it will be taken for a second post-mortem. Now, this, of course, is part of the Calcutta High Court, ruling today, the second post-mortem that's going to take place on Monday. And this, of course, is in connection with this crime that also led to, remember, a police outpost being burnt, and also, the police coming under some questions. But the police have defended their position. They say that immediately upon receiving of the complaint, they, of course, directed the family to the police station, but the investigation started, and within hours, the arrest of the accused was made. The body was recovered, and it wouldn't have been possible if the police had delayed an investigation.
Sure.
So that's what the police's stand is. However, there is a second post-mortem that's going to take place in this case on Monday.
All right, Saurav, thanks very much for joining us with the latest there. An absolutely horrific case of a murder of a minor in West Bengal. But moving now to some other news. Well, in Madhya Pradesh, a major drug seizure. In fact, drugs over 1,500 crore rupees were actually seized from a factory in Madhya Pradesh's Bhopal, in the capital city there. In fact, this was a joint operation between the Anti-Terrorism Squad and the Narcotics Control Bureau. This comes close on the heels of many such drug seizures in capital cities across India. Take a look at what the authorities had to say.
बगरोड़ा MPIDC का एक इंडस्ट्रियल एस्टेट है, वहां से इस फैक्ट्री को पकड़ा। फैक्ट्री में से हमें जो दोनों आरोपी अमित चतुर्वेदी और सन्याल बाने मिल गए। जब उस फैक्ट्री की पूरी सर्च की गई तो वहां पे लगभग 907 kg MD, जो कि लिक्विड और सॉलिड दोनों फॉर्म में था, उसको वहां से सीज किया गया। इस टोटल MD की कीमत लगभग 1814 करोड़ इंटरनेशनल मार्केट में होती है। इसके अलावा भी वहां पे लगभग 5000 किलो जो दूसरे रॉ मटेरियल्स हैं, प्रीकर्सर्स हैं, जो MD बनाने में प्रयोग में आते हैं, उन सब का वहां से सीजर किया गया।
Meanwhile, looking at the development in the Delhi drug seizure, remember this was also a major drug haul. Drugs worth over 5,000 crore rupees were actually recovered here in the national capital. And the main accused in this particular case has been arrested by the Delhi police. The accused Safi has been sent to a 10-day police custody. There was a huge political war of words over this as well, with the BJP blaming the Congress for using this alleged drug money for poll campaigns in neighbouring Haryana. And with that, we'll take a short break now, but news continues on the other side.
From the heart of city in Beirut, a city which is scarred by violence and caught between the crossfire between Israel and Hezbollah. A war which started a year ago between Israel and Hamas has now spilled over to Lebanon. NDTV is on the ground to bring latest updates, in-depth analysis, and how the evolving war has impacted this country. Stay tuned for latest updates.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
A shooting and stabbing incident reported in southern Israel's Beersheba. One person has died in the attack. Meanwhile, it's Shelja versus Huda yet again in the race for the top job in Haryana. This is today after exit polls give an edge to the Congress. Drug seizures across India. Mega drug haul in MP in which drugs over 1,500 crore rupees have been recovered. Maldivian President Mohammad Muizzu touches down in India for a crucial diplomatic visit.
I don't know songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. I'm too busy, baby, making plans on how to get me one of them mailing men. All I want is a touch of love.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
कि जिसकी सरकार सेंटर में हुई है उसी की सरकार प्रदेश में होती है।
एंटी इनकम्बेंसी को कैसे देख रहे हैं? इनकम्बेंसी नहीं है,
प्रो इनकम्बेंसी।
कांग्रेस आ रही है, भाजपा जा रही है।
Congress is going to form the government in Haryana with a big majority.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
कि जिसकी सरकार सेंटर में हुई है उसी की सरकार प्रदेश में होती है।
एंटी इनकम्बेंसी को कैसे देख रहे हैं? इनकम्बेंसी नहीं है,
प्रो इनकम्बेंसी।
कांग्रेस आ रही है, भाजपा जा रही है।
Congress is going to form the government in Haryana with a big majority.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
From the heart of city in Beirut, a city which is scarred by violence and caught between the crossfire between Israel and Hezbollah. A war which started a year ago between Israel and Hamas has now spilled over to Lebanon. NDTV is on the ground to bring latest updates.
A major attack in southern Israel's Beersheba. 1 killed and several injured in the shooting and stabbing incident. Haryana Chief Minister contenders on NDTV. This is NDTV reports from the Beirut war zone. Of course, a diplomatic row also with France's embargo on Israel's arms. This is Netanyahu hits back.
Why a city which was earlier called the Paris of the Middle East is caught between the crossfire.
Haryana Chief Minister contenders exclusively on NDTV. Kumari Shelja exclusively speaks to NDTV, says, I have Haryana's support. Meanwhile, Bhupinder Hooda says the High Command will take the final call. A major drug haul in Madhya Pradesh's Bhopal, drugs worth over 1800 crore rupees seized in Bhopal. Meanwhile, in Delhi, the main accused in the 5,000 crore drug bust has been arrested. Maldivian President Mohammad Muizzu touches down in India. From India out to bailout, a change in priority for India's neighbour. And our lead story this evening, well, a major attack has been reported in southern Israel's Beersheba. This is a shooting and stabbing incident was reported in this sensitive area. In fact, one person was killed and several people have been injured. This, of course, as the attack comes on the eve of the one-year anniversary of the Gaza war. So, of course, there are a lot of sensitivities involved and there was major chaos in Beersheba. This is that shooting and stabbing incident accused has been arrested and he was killed as well. Reports seem to suggest that he was an Israeli national itself. Meanwhile, the West Asia conflict is only expanding, with Middle East pushed to the precipice yet again. Multiple fronts have now been opened as far as the war is concerned. Israel bombed Lebanon, and key areas of Lebanon were bombed by Israel. A senior Hamas official has died in these attacks. But remember, this also comes on the eve of war completing 1 year in West Asia. Israel has vowed all retaliation as far as Iran's strikes are concerned as well. This also comes on the backdrop of the diplomatic row between France and Israel. France has imposed an embargo on Israeli arms. Meanwhile, Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has said that this is a shame on the part of France. Now, NDTV has reached Lebanon, which has certainly become the epicenter of the West Asia war. Lebanon is under immense pressure given the fact that there is a major standoff between Israel and Iran after those strikes on Israel. My colleague Mohammad Ghazali is in Lebanon and he sent us this report from Beirut. Take a look.
The situation in Lebanon's capital Beirut is tense. On my left, on this side, is the South Beirut. On this side of the road is the North Beirut. And right now, I'm here in Western Beirut. I'm reporting here from one of the schools behind me, if you see. This particular school, the boundary wall of which has got many people who are displaced from south and northern areas who have come here. This is a government school. And you can see inside there are many people who have been displaced and have been staying here with the assistance of local NGOs. I'm joined here by, I'm going to talk to one of the representatives of the NGO. His name is Mr. Hamza. Hi, Hamza.
Hi.
Can you just tell us in brief that what is the ground situation here?
The ground situation, the people right there are run away from the bomb attack on the south. So there's the only available school when they come, and they are about 360 people, about 86 families. They are here, and we are doing our best to get their needs until the war will be ended, inshallah.
Okay. And can you tell us that what are the areas which have come under the attack in Beirut in the last 48 hours or so?
The only area in Beirut that got attacked is about the Dahi, the Dahiya al-Janubiyya. So any other place?
Dahiya is in the north, and Junub.
Yeah, yes. No, it's the Janub Beirut.
Okay.
The north of the Beirut.
In north of the
South Beirut.
Okay.
So this the only area that getting attacked by Israeli planes.
Okay.
Any other city or place that are getting attacked, there are small damage.
Okay. How many people are staying here in this school?
About 360.
360,
Yeah.
including women and children.
Including everything overall.
And where and from which areas they have been displaced in Beirut?
Different places from the south, and there are people from the Dahi.
From Dahi.
Yeah.
So north is not under the attack. The north of the Beirut is also under attack, or no?
No. There are only there's one place in Beirut that getting attacked. It's Dahi.
And the south area.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. There are reports that the border areas between Syria and Lebanon has also been attacked, the connecting area.
Yes, there's now no way to get to Syria. The only road that's been bombed also by Israelis. So people are trying to get to Syria, to Jordan, any place they can go run away from the bomb.
This is a government school.
Yes, this is a school for the government.
Okay.
It's Omar Farouk.
Omar Farouk.
Yes.
And what is the name of your NGO?
Badr Foundation.
Badr Foundation.
Yes.
So how many people Badr Foundation has been helping in the last 1 week or so since the attack has happened?
We are helping people since the first day of bomb.
Okay.
We are here on the ground since the first day, the first hour also.
Okay. Okay. And has there been any explosion, bombing in this particular area in the last 1 week?
There is one bomb closed to this school. It's the end of this road.
Okay.
Okay, so there's only one or two people are being attacked only. But this is the only bomb in close for us.
From the heart of city in Beirut, a city which is scarred by violence and caught between the crossfire between Israel and Hezbollah. A war which started a year ago between Israel and Hamas has now spilled over to Lebanon. NDTV is on the ground to bring latest updates, in-depth analysis, and how the evolving war has impacted this country. Stay tuned for latest updates.
And moving now to the other big international headline, well, Canada has reaffirmed its position as far as India's territorial integrity is concerned. Canada says that the territorial integrity and sovereignty of India is sacrosanct and that must be respected. In fact, this is the Deputy Foreign Ministers of Canada who made this important remark. He also said that there is only one India. Now, this of course comes amid the diplomatic differences between the two countries over the Khalistan issue. So, a big message there for those who propose and advocate and support the Khalistan cause. My colleague Vishnu Shom has more details.
This is one of the most important, if not the most important statement made by a Canadian figure of authority in terms of righting the relationship between India and Canada, which has really been in a free fall since approximately September last year, when the Canadian Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau, linked the death of the Khalistani terrorist Nijjar to India. What the Canadian government has now said in this commission that you referred to is that as far as they are concerned, India has won. The territorial integrity of India cannot be, is absolute. And therefore that sends a very strong statement when it comes to Khalistani elements in Canada who have wanted a separate Khalistan. That position, of course, is unacceptable entirely to India. And by this statement, the Canadian leader, the Deputy Foreign Minister, who is equivalent to our Foreign Secretary, makes it clear that that position that the Khalistani extremists want is unacceptable to Canada. Why? Because he asserts that India's territorial integrity remains and is tantamount. He's spoken about the importance of India globally. And I think in what is a significant sort of reflection on the nature of protest we've seen among Khalistani protesters, he said that there are some pro-Khalistani elements who were awful but lawful. In other words, there's not much that the Canadian government can do because freedom of speech enables them to protest whichever way they want. But, talks between India and Canada unofficial talks or talks at various levels are taking place. And hopefully this relationship between our two democracies will be put back, on an even keel. Both very strong democracies, very strong partners for decades. But I do believe that this statement by the Canadian Deputy Foreign Minister is indicative of an upward trajectory in the relationship.
Moving now to the big headline back home, well, all eyes on Haryana as the exit polls have given an edge to the Congress, which means that the Congress could potentially make a heartland comeback. But rumblings within the Congress have already begun, with two main frontrunners, Kumari Shelja and Bhupinder Hooda, strongly projecting themselves as Chief Minister candidates. Now, Kumari Shelja has minced no words in saying that she has stakes too. Meanwhile, Bhupinder Hooda says that the High Command will take the final call. Well, Kumari Shelja, in a candid conversation with my colleague Sunil Prabhu, also said that she's worked hard on the ground for years, perhaps decades, and this is her time to shine. Take a look.
Mr. Hooda, when I ask him about who will be the Chief Minister, he says it will be the MLAs will decide, the High Command will take a final call on it. He's not retired. He's not giving space to his son. You're also an aspirant. How are you going to be able to deal with these various issues of fighting who's going to be the Chief Minister? Is it just going to be MLAs or is it going to be the High Command? Because you have been a loyalist. I've known you for 30 years in the party, been struggling to keep your face, and today you're trying to stake claim to become the Chief Minister.
What do you mean trying to stake claim? Why is it that I'm trying to stake claim? Don't you think I deserve? Or is it just that Selja is trying to stake claim? I think you also should get away from this mindset that people try to stake claim. You go through a journey, you have a level of seniority, you work hard on the ground, you're committed to the party, and such people should be considered on their merit. Why should it be that they stake claim, and whether they deserve, don't deserve, why should that come in? A national party has to take a political view on things, and that is what they have, what should be the main consideration of the decision anytime, anywhere, for any post, as to what we want to do, what we want to show, what we want to present. So that, but apart from that, see, it's always the High Command's last word which counts. Obviously, once you start this, then jostling starts. And I don't think that's very healthy for a party.
Because we saw today, this time round in the campaign, caste polarization, Jats versus non-Jats,
That you will see when the results come out.
You feel, and what do you mean by that?
I mean that, all sections have supported the party. All of us moved around. Dalits have supported. In a big way, they came back to the party in Lok Sabha and now in Vidhan Sabha. So, not just Dalits, others also. And in Haryana, and I always say in all my interviews when asked, that it's the Chhattis Biradari. And I think we have to move away from one segment, dominance of one segment, because you're not doing any justice to that one segment also. You're isolating them, and that doesn't help them either. I think we really need this bhaichara, as we call it in Haryana. Bhaichara is more important than one caste, one community, because why alienate one community after the other?
Mr. Huda himself calls you his sister. How would you like to describe him? Because you all are now both contenders for the top post. How do you view this within the family?
It's not that he's called me sister only once. He used to call me sister even earlier. So I don't think you should go by such optics. Basically, one has to learn to work together in a cordial way, cordial fashion. That's what a party is all about. That one should be able to sit together, discuss issues, have differences. There are always differences, but there should be a platform where people should sit together and discuss issues.
And despite the exit poll upset for the BJP, the man who led the campaign for the Saffron Party, Nayab Singh Saini, the BJP's 11th hour Chief Minister pick, is confident of a BJP victory. He says our internal surveys have assured us of a thumping majority as far as Haryana is concerned. Listen to what he had to say and Huda Jr.'s retort to him.
देखिए 8 तारीख को हम सरकार बना रहे हैं, मेरे पास सभी रिपोर्ट्स हैं और 8 तारीख के बाद आपके सामने है 8 तारीख को जनता देगी जवाब और ये कहेंगे कि ईवीएम है खराब।
ये कॉन्फिडेंस बीजेपी की ट्रेनिंग से आता है। बीजेपी की इस प्रकार की ट्रेनिंग है कि कोई जो है बड़े से बड़ा कोई झूठ बोले, मगर बोले आत्मविश्वास के साथ। बीजेपी के तमाम नेता इस लाइन, नायब सिंह जी थोड़ी चिंता करें अपनी लाडवा विधानसभा की। लाडवा में भी कांग्रेस जीत रही है।
Meanwhile, after the Haryana polling has concluded, now the focus shifts to Delhi. Of course, Delhi is likely to go to polls early next year, and the Aam Aadmi Party versus the BJP face-off is only intensifying, with the Aam Aadmi Party holding a Jan Ki Adalat here in the national capital. In fact, Arvind Kejriwal hit out at the BJP over free electricity. He said he will campaign for Prime Minister Modi if he promises free electricity in the NDA states, particularly those going to polls. Meanwhile, the BJP also held a counter rally. In fact, Bansuri Swaraj was front and center in that crucial rally as well. Listen to what Arvind Kejriwal had to say and the BJP's response.
इनसे ये पूछना केजरीवाल ने बिजली फ्री कर दी। आज इनकी 22 राज्यों में सरकारें हैं। इनसे पूछना एक राज्य बता दो जहां तुमने बिजली फ्री करी हो। एक राज्य बता दो। गुजरात में, राजस्थान में, मध्य प्रदेश में, छत्तीसगढ़ में, उत्तर प्रदेश में, उत्तराखंड में कहीं इन्होंने बिजली फ्री करी हो? इनकी 22 राज्यों में सरकार है। हमने दिल्ली के अंदर गरीबों के लिए शिक्षा शानदार कर दी, सरकारी स्कूल अच्छे कर दिए। 22 राज्यों में इनकी सरकार है। एक काम बता दें, ये एक काम जो इन्होंने अच्छा काम करा हो 22 राज्यों के अंदर।
इसको आम आदमी पार्टी मत कहिए, मैं अपने अनुभव से कह रहा हूं, ये धोखाधड़ी पार्टी है। ये धोखेबाजों का समागम है। ये चोर उचक्के सब इकट्ठे हो गए हैं, भ्रष्टाचारी, और साथियों दिल्ली को लूटने का काम कर रहे हैं।
Meanwhile, looking at some international news, Maldivian President Mohamed Muizzu has landed in India. This is, of course, his second trip to India ever since Prime Minister Modi took office, took oath for the third time. Remember, this is crucial in more ways than one, given the fact that Mohamed Muizzu campaigned on the India Out plank. That was one of his major policies that he campaigned on. And there seems to be a paradigm shift as far as Maldives' policy vis-a-vis India is concerned. In fact, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar also met Muizzu earlier. But it is going to be interesting to see who all Muizzu meets. Of course, he's expected to meet the External Affairs Minister, also the Prime Minister subsequently. So there you can see those visuals of Muizzu landing in India with his wife. And moving now to our special collaboration with NCL. Of course, it's going to be a week of exciting matches being held in the US, in Dallas. And we spoke to cricketing legend Sunil Gavaskar earlier. Take a look.
Sonny, it's always a great delight to see you wherever you might be, but terrific to have you here. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Yeah, it's a new thing for me in the sense that I haven't really watched a T10 or a 60 strikes game before. And what I've seen and what I like is the attitude of the players. They're giving it everything. And importantly, the pitch is very good, because that's such an important aspect of getting a good game of cricket. So it's nice to be here.
So you're here as an ambassador for the league. I mean, obviously in your day, these things didn't happen, and I guess you sometimes come and you think, gee, if only we could have this opportunity, we could have these sort of events when you were playing, but it's brand new. But what an opportunity for these guys.
Unbelievable, because what it does, it gives them an opportunity more than anything else to be able to hone their game for maybe another T20 event, because this is how every game, I believe every format energizes the other format. So just like the one-day game energized Test cricket, T20 game energized one-day cricket, T10 is showing new opportunities, new vistas in terms of shot making, in terms of different kind of deliveries to be bowled to try and restrict the batters. So I think what happens is it adds to the game. Every format is adding something to the game, which eventually also is coming into the longer format of the game.
Exactly, and of course the younger players get a chance to speak to some of the senior pros, and of course guys like yourself and Wazir Akram here, Viv Rich as well as a coach. What about when you started? I want to roll back the years. When you started, were there times, well, I guess you had to in those days, you had to speak to your partners, your opening partners, your mates, the guys that you trusted, as someone who could guide you a little bit if you needed some advice.
Absolutely.
Who did you learn from?
I had Ajit Wadekar, my captain for both Mumbai as well as for India. When I made my debut for Mumbai in the Ranji Trophy, debut for India, he was a captain. And so he sort of, helped me, shepherded me. Then there was Dilip Sardesai, my hero, ML Jasima. They were all in the Indian team there, and they were wonderful guides. There was also Eknath Solkar, with whom I had played in schools cricket. And to see him perform the way he was doing, because he made his debut 2 years before me, he and Kundappa Vishwanath bat the way they did, was inspirational for me as well.
So how much do you think it improved your game once you got to the international level, when you could speak to some of these more senior pros and learn from them?
What it did was it helped you to eliminate a lot of mistakes. A lot of times they would tell you something about bat speed, that maybe your bat is coming a little bit from third man, maybe your foot is going too far across. All the little observations that good test players can make, senior test players can make. So those were the things that was most helpful. Also trying to tell you that, look, give the first half an hour, 45 minutes while the ball is hard and new. Give that 45 minutes to the bowlers. The next 5 hours could be yours. Those kind of things telling you to show patience. Obviously, in this format, you can't show any patience.
Right.
You've got to go bang, bang from the beginning. But those were different days.
And of course, and the analyst, what did he give you in those days? Of course, you had a team alongside you, about 7 guys like they have these days, no, Sonny?
No. we just used to have one manager.
Who wasn't a coach, actually.
Yeah, he wasn't a coach. Sometimes he would be a former player, so you could go to him. But it was all the seniors around you who were the most helpful.
Okay, that's lovely to step through the years of your life when you first started. Back to this event.
Yeah.
I mean, also one of the most amazing things about this event is how quickly it's been put together. And this ground, in fact, it's just a couple of months that they got this together and have done a wonderful job.
Yeah, it is. I mean, that's the thing, because like I said, the pitch makes a big difference. Yes, the odd ball will get up because these are all drop-in pitches. So the odd ball will have a little more carry than the others. But the ball is coming onto the bat quite nicely, as we've seen from the number of sixes because the ball comes on quite nicely. You can get under it and hammer it. And that's what people want to see. That is what this whole tournament is named. Strikes, 60 strikes. So you need to get the strikes going. And we are seeing plenty of that.
I got one more question to ask you about your era and the guys you played against. Who's the one guy that you think would have been just sensational in a 60 strikes game?
I think Kapil Dev. Yes, from my, as a batter, as a bowler, I think he would have been the perfect choice. He would have been, if he was going in an auction, he would be going for zillions, not millions.
And there's a guy called Viv Richards who also might have been reasonably handy.
Oh, Viv also, don't forget he could bowl off spin, and what a fielder he was. People talk about his batting because everybody has seen that. But I mean, as a fielder, and then he would come in and, toss in those quick off spinners. He was sensational too. I mean, there's so many. Gary Sobers, for example.
Yes, of course.
So many. But I thought you
Yep.
asked from my Indian team, and that's why I named Kapil Dev.
Okay. Now, and how long are you here with us? I mean, we're delighted to have you. How long are you here?
I'm here for a couple more days, yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Terrific.
Cheers.
Well, it's always lovely to catch up with you, Sonny.
Cheers, mate.
Nice to see you.
Good to see you too.
Terrific. Enjoy the rest of the time.
Cheers. Thanks.
Thank you.
From the heart of city in Beirut, a city which is scarred by violence and caught between the crossfire between Israel and Hezbollah. A war which started a year ago between Israel and Hamas has now spilled over to Lebanon. NDTV is on the ground to bring latest updates, in-depth analysis, and how the evolving war has impacted this country. Stay tuned for latest updates.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
आप इन reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
कि जिसकी सरकार सेंटर में हुई है उसी की सरकार प्रदेश में होती है।
एंटी इनकम्बेंसी को कैसे देख रहे हैं? इनकम्बेंसी नहीं है,
प्रो इनकम्बेंसी।
कांग्रेस आ रही है, भाजपा जा रही है।
Congress is going to form the government in Haryana with a big majority.
कि जिसकी सरकार सेंटर में हुई है उसी की सरकार प्रदेश में होती है।
एंटी इनकम्बेंसी को कैसे देख रहे हैं? इनकम्बेंसी नहीं है,
प्रो इनकम्बेंसी।
कांग्रेस आ रही है, भाजपा जा रही है।
Congress is going to form the government in Haryana with a big majority.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
From the heart of city in Beirut, a city which is scarred by violence and caught between the crossfire between Israel and Hezbollah. A war which started a year ago between Israel and Hamas has now spilled over to Lebanon. NDTV is on the ground to bring latest updates, in-depth analysis and how the evolving war has impacted this country. Stay tuned for latest updates.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
NDTV reports from war zone Beirut. Middle East crisis escalates. Israel strikes Lebanon once again.
From the heart of the city of Beirut, I bring you the exclusive updates and in-depth analysis that why a city which was earlier called the Paris of the Middle East is caught between the crossfire.
Attack in southern Israel's Beersheba. One Israeli killed, several injured in stabbing and shooting incident. Haryana Chief Minister contender exclusively on NDTV. Kumari Shailja says, I have Haryana's support. Shailja speaks on the Chief Minister's pick. Bhupinder Hooda places his trust in the High Command. Mega drug haul in Madhya Pradesh. Drugs worth 1,800 crore seized in Bhopal. Delhi police arrests main accused in 5,000 crore drug bust. Maldivian president touches down in India. From India out to bailout. Change in priorities for Maldives. Girls in blue rule T20 World Cup. India beat Pakistan. India's maiden victory in the Women T20 World Cup. Very good evening and welcome to NDTV. I am Ankit Tyagi. Amid escalating tensions in the Middle East, NDTV World has reached a war zone in Beirut. We get you reports from the ground and the stories from the conflict zone. In the latest update, an Israeli airstrike on a mosque and a school sheltering displaced people has killed 26. The strike came as Israel escalates its bombardment in northern Gaza and southern Beirut. Claims, in fact, have been made that it targeted Hamas command and control center embedded among the civilians. Meanwhile, the IDF has announced a new air and ground offensive in Jabalia, a region densely populated with refugee camps dating back to 1948 war surrounding Israel's establishment. This comes a year after the war had started. The Israeli army has said it has reinforced security in southern Israel ahead of the anniversary of the October 7th attacks, which started the recent cycle of violence. A statement issued says that it is on heightened alert for threats in the region this week and is preparing for possible defense and offense operations. The IDF has also said that extra troops have been deployed to communities close to Gaza. People across Israel are preparing to mark one-year anniversary of October 7 attacks, the deadliest day in country's history. Many of the worst affected communities in the south are organizing their commemoration events. My colleague Mohammad Ghazali is on the ground in Beirut. Let's listen in to this report.
The situation in Lebanon's capital Beirut is tense. On my left, on this side, is the South Beirut. On this side of the road is the North Beirut. And right now, I'm here in Western Beirut. I'm reporting here from one of the schools behind me, if you see. This particular school, the boundary wall of which has got many people who are displaced from south and northern areas who have come here. This is a government school. And you can see inside there are many people who have been displaced and have been staying here with the assistance of local NGOs. I'm joined here I'm going to talk to one of the representatives of the NGO. His name is Mr. Hamza. Hi, Hamza.
Hi.
Can you just tell us in brief that what is the ground situation here?
The ground situation, the people right there are run away from the bomb attack on the south. So there's the only available school when they come, and they are about 360 people, about 86 families. They are here, and we are doing our best to get their needs until the war will be end, inshallah.
Okay. And can you tell us that what are the areas which have come under the attack in Beirut in the last 48 hours or so?
The only area in Beirut that got attacked is about the Dahi, the Dahiya al-Janubiyya. So any other place?
Dahiya is in the north and Junub.
Yeah. Yes. No. It's the Janub Beirut.
Okay.
The north of the Beirut.
The north of the
South Beirut.
Okay.
So this the only area that getting attacked by Israeli planes.
Okay.
Any other city or place that are getting attacked, they are small damage.
Okay. How many people are staying here in this school?
About 360.
360,
Yeah.
including women and children.
Including everything overall.
And where and from which areas they have been displaced in Beirut?
Different places from the south, and there are people from the Dahi.
From Dahi.
Yeah.
So north is not under the attack. The north of the Beirut is also under attack, or no?
No. There are there's one place in Beirut they're getting attacked. It's Dahi.
And the south area.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. There are reports that the border areas between Syria and Lebanon has also been attacked, the connecting area.
Yes, there's now no way to get to Syria. The only road that's been bombed also by Israelis. So people are trying to get to Syria, to Jordan, any place they can go run away from the bomb.
This is a government school?
Yes, this is a school for the government. Okay. It's Omar Farouk.
Omar Farouk.
Yes.
And what is the name of your NGO?
Badr Foundation.
Badr Foundation.
Yes.
So how many people Badr Foundation has been helping in the last 1 week or so since the attack has happened?
We are helping people since the first day of bomb. Okay. We are here on the ground since the first day, the first hour also.
Okay. Okay. And has there been any explosion, bombing in this particular area in the last 1 week?
There is one bomb closed to this school. It's the end of this road.
Okay.
Okay, so there's only one or two people are being attacked only, but this is the only bomb in close for us.
Let me bring in my colleague Mohammad Ghazali, who's joining us live at this moment from Beirut. Ghazali, now, you know, this is one of the very tense war center at this moment. Just bring our viewers up to speed with what is happening in, Lebanon, and also, how do you see this going forward, this entire conflict, which has now escalated?
Ankit, I'll just refer to the neighboring country as occupied territory and not take the name of the country. So right now I'm in Beirut, and there is an eerie silence in the region. People are uncertain that which areas may come under attack or where the occupied territory or the owners of the occupied territory, the government in the occupied territory may start dropping bombs here. There are strongholds of Hezbollah in Beirut as well, which have come under intense attack. But largely, there has been civilian areas, densely populated areas, and residential apartments which have been flattened. And the government in the occupied territory across the border has been bombing areas in close to the Syria-Lebanon border, close to the Beirut airport, and even the civilian areas in the north and south Beirut both. Now, what is happening is that people who had migrated or left Syria during the civil war there, during the emergence of, while ISIS was emerging, they had all moved to Lebanon. Now, the same people have yet again become refugees and were trying to leave Lebanon and move towards Syria. But the government of the occupied territory bombed the entire route or the entire road which links Syria and Lebanon. That is one condition. The second is that many civilians who have been displaced have been accommodated in government schools, the international and local NGOs have been taking care of them. There are kids and women who have been killed in the last 1 week in different parts of Lebanon. The situation is very tense because on one side, the occupied territory government is bombing through aerial strikes, and on the other hand, it is also engaged with the Hezbollah fighters on the border in a ground combat. There have been heavy casualties on both sides. Now, coming to this fact that this entire Hamas war has been happening for the last 1 year, and the occupied territory government had perhaps claimed that it will eliminate both these groups, Hamas and Hezbollah, and that is why it has been waging this war. But perhaps if you see the events in the last 24 hours in the occupied territory, you have seen a stabbing attack which has killed one lady and has injured people. And yet,
can I also very quickly ask you, Mohammad Ghazali, all these reports of the successor of Nasrallah, who has also been eliminated by Israel, what has been, the reaction as far as Beirut is concerned, as Lebanon is concerned, and for Hezbollah? Now the challenge is who takes over. The senior leadership at this moment is on the target as far as Israel is concerned.
See, Ankit, these organizations do run under the leadership, but they're not heavily dependent upon them, because even if you see after the killing of Nasrallah, the bombings have been going on. The rockets have been flying out from here towards the occupied territory. And even there are ground forces of Hezbollah which are engaged with Israel. So certainly a leaderless group is a concern for the group, but even then they have been managing to fight back against the forces of occupied territory near the border. Who will be succeeding it? Perhaps these consultations will take time, because even Iranian leadership is involved, and even everything is at stake for Iran, because this crisis, they can't abandon this territory, because for years they had installed a proxy team for them, which was operating not only in Lebanon, but in Syria and Yemen as well. So this is a very crucial time for them to assert their influence and not allow their own allies to get upset with them. So the issue of who will take over the group is still relevant, but it has not impacted the entire situation.
Right, Mohammad Ghazali, thank you for joining us with all those details. Remember, NDTV is reporting from all the three major centers or the major points as far as this escalation is concerned. We have Mohammad Ghazali in Lebanon, who was reporting there, giving us a sense of what is happening there with Hezbollah and Israel now in a conflict, a deadly spiral of violence there, which is continuing. But on the other hand, in Israel, there has been an attack in South Israel's Beersheba, stabbing and shooting incident, which has been reported at the central bus station. Several people have been injured in this attack, and one person has been killed. Now, this attack, in fact, took place today in south of Israel, and this happened at 3 different locations in south of Israel, where the attacker, according to the Israeli police, stabbed one person, and there have been 3 others, those who have been injured. Now, the Israeli police suspects that this is a terror attack. Investigations are on at this moment. The terrorist attack at the central bus station has one person, a young woman who has been killed, and 2 others who are critical. And then there have been some light injuries, non-life-threatening injuries as well. The eyewitnesses claim that the terrorist wore a bulletproof vest, and the terrorist was from the village of Hora. Criminal record has also been attributed to the person who is suspected to be in these attacks. Now, the terrorist has also been killed as far as the Israeli security establishment is concerned. Let me go across at this moment to Nick Kolion, who's joining us at this moment. Nick, thank you for joining us. Just give our viewers a sense, because right now, apart from the war which is going on in the country, with Lebanon, and also the tensions with Iran, October 7th is going to be a critical day for Israel. And leading up to that, this attack would only increase the sense of anxiety as far as Israelis are concerned.
Yeah, that's right. Israelis are now ready to commemorate and to mark 1-year anniversary to this most cruel terror attack that Israel experienced, and maybe the world. And for Israelis, after the Holocaust, that was the most cruel, sad, tragic day in their history. About 1,200 people were killed. And here in the governmental office of Israel, they are doing a project of commemoration, of memory. They are speaking with tens of hostages and their families, and they are on video taking their testimonies, so the future generations will see what happened during the 7th of October, because we saw in the Jewish history that after Holocaust, some countries and people tried to deny the Holocaust. So this time, the Jewish state wants to make it clear what happened here and how many Israelis were killed by barbaric Hamas terrorists. And as you saw today, many terror attacks happening in Israel over decades, and not just terror attacks, also countries are launching wars against Israel from the north, from the south, from the east. All the neighbors of Israel, since the first day of the establishment of the country in 1948, they just can't agree with this Jewish little state in the middle of the Middle East, and they are trying constantly to destroy Israel. So we see there's a lot of anxiety now. There's a lot of stress, because now also Iran sending ballistic missiles towards Israel, and this sad reality is so stressful for many Israelis.
Right. Thank you, Nick, for joining us at this moment to give us a sense of how Israel is dealing. It's been 1 year since that attack that unleashed this fresh cycle of violence. But remember, ladies and gentlemen, the roots of the problem are very, very old. Moving on, in fact, now to Maldives, where the president of Maldives on a state visit to India, Mr. Muizu, is in India. Remember, this comes at a time when there have been strained relations between both the countries, and also Maldives, the tourist paradise, is facing financial troubles. Mr. Muizu's first state visit to India. Remember, he came when he was elected, he came on India Out campaign. And now there seems to be a change of stance as far as the government of Maldives is concerned towards India. a reality check possibly for Maldives with Mr. Moizu touching down in India for this state visit. This is the second visit to India in 2024. Maldivian President Mohammad Moizu is expected to seek a bailout package as Maldives is staring at an economic crisis. My colleague Vishnu Shom joins us with more details at this moment. Vishnu, reality check, as many are calling it, what do you expect in this visit, and how does it help in trying to, in fact, keep the influence of China at bay, because that will be one crucial aspect of this visit, at least from Indian side?
Well, as you said, Ankit, President Moizu came to power on an anti-India plan, get Indian soldiers out of the Maldives. And that is something which India did. Just a couple of an aircraft and a couple of helicopters which India had donated to the Maldives. We had Indian military personnel operating these helicopters. They were used for search and rescue operations, but the Maldivian president said that the Indian operators needed to leave. That's been respected. Yes, there has been a growing, presence of China in the region. There have been Chinese research vessels which have docked in Malé as well. India is concerned about the growing influence of China in the Indian Ocean region, but that's a larger question. I do believe that this is a time when India and the Maldives are looking to reset their relationship. The Maldivian president over here, as you said, it's his second visit to the country. He was here when Prime Minister Modi was sworn in for a third time. There is a strong economic relationship which the Maldives wants to build. India is willing to assist. The president of the Maldives will be here for about 4 days. The foreign minister of the Maldives has since clarified that they are looking to work that relationship with India. At the same time, they do continue to have close relations with China. In fact, this is the first state visit of President Moizu to India. Earlier on, after coming to power, he'd visited Turkey and China, Beijing, and not India, which had really sent a strong signal over here. But perhaps that's something which is being fixed.
Thank you so much, Vishnu, for joining us with all those details on this important state visit from neighboring Maldives. Moving on, in fact, the big question, ladies and gentlemen, after the exit polls are out, the voting is done, is if the exit poll, which are predicting a victory for the Congress party in the state of Haryana after 10 years of BJP rule, if Congress wins, these numbers hold true on October 8th, who is going to be the chief minister? The Congress, during the entire campaign, faced this problem of too many claimants, in fact, as far as the chief minister's post is concerned. Now, both the big faces, the claimants, Jat leader and the big face of Haryana, Mr. Bhupender Singh Hooda, and the Dalit face of the Congress party in Haryana, Kumari Shailja, are still in a tussle, trying out to send strong message to the leadership as they claim the top post if Congress wins on October 8th.
Battle on for the Haryana top job. A day after pollsters gave Congress the edge in the heartland state. Despite the Congress's bid to project a united face, the long-drawn Hooda-Shailja rivalry was far from muted through the campaign. Hours after the exit poll boost, Kumari Shailja, Congress's most formidable SC leader, has thrown her hat in the ring for the Chief Minister's chair, pitting herself against the main frontrunner, two-time Chief Minister and Jat strongman Bhupinder Hooda.
I can assure you that I have support from all sections of society. Why is it that I'm trying to stake claim? Don't you think I deserve? Or is it just that Shailja is trying to stake claim? A national party has to take a political view on things.
This is democracy. Everybody has got right to win. And everybody should aspire. Otherwise, you can also aspire. Who says no to you? But MLAs would decide, High Command would decide.
But this time around, the poll of polls certainly seems to suggest a clear direction that the Congress is a front runner. If you look at the agency-wise breakdown, not a single pollster has given less than 44 seats to the Congress. That seems to suggest that something is working for the Congress, and that is this caste arithmetic.
While the pollsters have cut the BJP to size with less than 30 seats, down from a strong 40 in the last assembly polls, the man leading the campaign, BJP's 11th hour Chief Minister pick, is confident of a win.
देखिए 8 तारीख को हम सरकार बना रहे हैं, मेरे पास सभी रिपोर्ट्स हैं और 8 तारीख के बाद आपके सामने है 8 तारीख को जनता देगी जवाब और ये कहेंगे कि ईवीएम है खराब।
ये कॉन्फिडेंस बीजेपी की ट्रेनिंग से आता है। बीजेपी की इस प्रकार की ट्रेनिंग है कि कोई जो है बड़े से बड़ा कोई झूठ बोले, मगर बोले आत्मविश्वास के साथ। बीजेपी के तमाम नेता इस लाइन, नायब सिंह जी थोड़ी चिंता करें अपनी लाडवा विधानसभा की, लाडवा में भी कांग्रेस जीत रही है।
If the pollsters are to be believed, the Congress seems to have regained lost political ground in districts across the state. From Rohtak, Mewat to even the Karnal-Kaithal belt that has been a BJP stronghold. While the Congress seems to have cracked the caste code, the BJP's balancing act between OBC consolidation and splitting the Jat vote could be failing. With a clear political churn, Haryana is going to be far from a walkover for both the BJP battling a tenure incumbency and the Congress facing a problem of plenty. With Sunil Prabhu, Vedant Agarwal for NDTV.
Right now, let's give you a sense of a big story that we have been tracking. In fact, that is the drug bust, the big drug bust that has taken place in Delhi. And after that, in fact, drugs worth 1,800 crores, which was seized from a factory now near Bhopal. 2 people have been arrested. The joint operation was carried out by the Gujarat ATS and the Narcotics Control Bureau of Delhi. The authorities have seized a large quantity of MD drugs and raw material used to make. The value of this in the market is pegged at 1,814 crore rupees. Now, the Gujarat Minister for State for Home, Harsh Sanghvi, has said today that 2 people have been arrested. The joint operation was carried out by the ATS and the NCB.
बगरोड़ा MPIDC का एक इंडस्ट्रियल एस्टेट है, वहां से इस फैक्ट्री को पकड़ा। फैक्ट्री में से हमें जो दोनों आरोपी अमित चतुर्वेदी और सन्याल बाने मिल गए। जब उस फैक्ट्री की पूरी सर्च की गई तो वहां पे लगभग 907 kg MD, जो कि लिक्विड और सॉलिड दोनों फॉर्म में था, उसको वहां से सीज किया गया। इस टोटल MD की कीमत लगभग 1814 करोड़ इंटरनेशनल मार्केट में होती है। इसके अलावा भी वहां पे लगभग 5000 किलो जो दूसरे रॉ मटेरियल्स हैं, प्रीकर्सर्स हैं, जो MD बनाने में प्रयोग में आते हैं, उन सब का वहां से सीजर किया गया।
Now, remember, this comes on the back of a biggest drug haul that has been, in fact, procured by the agencies in Delhi. The accused has now been arrested in this bust, and the bust is pegged to be around 5,000 crore rupees. The Delhi police has arrested the main accused. Accused Safi is now been sent on a 10-day remand. Some sporting action now. The Women T20 World Cup. India win by 6 wickets against arch rival Pakistan. India chased down 106 runs in 18 overs. This is the maiden tournament victory for India. Now the Indian women team, in fact, registered their maiden win in this tournament, defeating Pakistan.
That itself always means so much.
The Indian women were under pressure, having endured a loss in their opening encounter of the T20 World Cup versus New Zealand, and they chose to put Pakistan under the pump, pacer Renuka striking in the opening over. Pakistan succumbed to the bounce of the pitch. They failed to capitalize on the power play and were 33 for 3 by the 7th over. Sohail miscuing the ball to Shafali Verma. Muniba Ali, looking for the release shot after being pinned down for a while, was deceived by Shriyanka Patil. This catch by Richa Ghosh would be replayed over and over. A one-handed stunner that had the arch rivals down to 6 for 17. Pakistan did have a mini comeback, but Harmanpreet's team kept them on a tight leash. India had run out of time in the final over that was full of drama. Nida Dar was wrapped on the pad. Pakistan finished with a score of 105 for 8 in 20 overs. Chasing 106 in Dubai in front of a near-packed stadium, India lost Smriti Mandana cheaply and were 25 for 1 at the end of the power play. This was a release shot from Shafali Verma, the first of the inning, coming in the 8th over, Pakistan making India work for every run. India needed not just a win but a big win to survive in the group of death in the T20 World Cup. Shafali Verma was gone after an uncharacteristic knock of 32 with a strike rate less than 100. The excitement of the game was further amped by two back-to-back wickets of Jemima Rodriguez and Richa Ghosh, Pakistan's young captain, doing the damage. India was under pressure to close out the game. Even though boundaries were hard to come, Indian batters were running hard. Captain Harmanpreet scored 29. Before retiring hurt, the skipper hurt herself while trying to get back to the crease. The win came in the penultimate over, India sealing the match versus Pakistan by 6 wickets.
Meanwhile, before we in fact wrap this bulletin, just to give you a sense of the difficulties reporting from a conflict zone. NDTV is on the ground zero in Beirut, and the latest front to open up in this conflict. We just want to leave you with our colleague, Mohammad Ghazali, who you were hearing just a short while back, reporting from the epicenter, and it tells you how dangerous the situation can be.
कहीं ना कहीं जो ये कहा जा रहा था कि ये जंग रुक जाएगी, उस तरह से हुआ नहीं है, और ना ही उनके जो टारगेट्स थे कि उनका ये कहना था कि हम
गजाली, आपके पीछे भी एक धमाके की आवाज आई है इस वक्त में. आप अपना ध्यान रखें. यहाँ पे लगातार बमबारी हो रही है अलग अलग जगहों पर. जो सिटी सेंटर है वो शायद कुछ सुरक्षित है, लेकिन जैसा इजराइल ने बताया है कि 7 फ्रंट वॉर जो है वो जारी है. इजराइल की अलग अलग जगहों पर लेबनान के ख़िलाफ़ भी एक जंग चल रही है जो हिजबुल्लाह के ख़िलाफ़ जंग है, लेकिन इसमें लेबनान, गजाली ध्यान रखें अपना, इस वक्त बहुत मुश्किल है वहाँ से रिपोर्ट करना.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. I'm too busy, baby, making plans on how to get me one of them manly men. All I want is a touch of love.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app.
Kia launches Carnival and EV9. We will get you a detailed walk around. Test drive of BMW CEO 2. BSA Gold Star 650 reviewed. Test ride of Triumph's most affordable bike, Speed T4. It was a very exciting week. We saw Kia India take on luxury segment head-on. We also drove BMW's cheapest electric scooter, CEO4, and it cost 4.5 lakh. So we have got a packed show for you. Take a look.
So it's not every day that you get to see a Kia that is worth rupees 1.30 crores. But well, it's the lucky day for us and the Indian market today because Kia has launched the massive EV9, which is their flagship model in the country now. Well, it is a fully electric SUV, and if you have heard of SUVs as the more brawny and the butch cars with massive 3-liter V6 engine sitting inside them, it is roughly the same size, it is roughly the same design as Kia Mohave. But what you're getting here is an electric powertrain so that you have all the brawniness of the Kia Mohave but with a conscious effort towards sustainability. यानी आपको ज़्यादा पेट्रोल और डीजल खर्च करना ना पड़े, आप प्रदूषण कम मचाएं, आपके काफ़ी ज़्यादा स्वच्छ और क्लीन एसयूवी हो, वो एक एफर्ट किया की तरफ से हमें यहाँ देखने को मिलता है। क्लैडिंग की बात करी जाए तो आपको पेंटेड क्लैडिंग मिलती है जो कि मुझे ज़्यादा पसंद आती है। बट अगर हम व्हील्स की बात करें तो यहाँ पर आपको काफ़ी बड़े 20 इंच रिम्स मिलते हैं। दीज आर अलॉय व्हील्स, लेकिन इनमें एरोडायनेमिक इफेक्ट दिया गया है क्योंकि इस गाड़ी का ड्रैग कोफिशिएंट है सिर्फ 0.28, यानी कि आपको अच्छी खासी रेंज भी यहाँ पर मिलने वाली है। किया क्लेम करता है लगभग 561 किलोमीटर्स की रेंज, एंड इफ़ आई हैव टू टॉक ऑफ परफॉर्मेंस तो आपको लगभग 360 हॉर्स पावर और 700 न्यूटन मीटर्स का टॉर्क मिलता है। एंड रिजल्टेंटली यू कैन गो फ्रॉम अ स्टैंड स्टिल to 100 kmph in just 5.3 seconds on an SUV that is this big. So you use one of the nicest and the chunkiest flush fit door handles to get inside the Kia EV9, and you're treated with a rather grey looking dashboard. Now I personally don't like this color theme, but for the seats they have used a shade of mocha brown and grey, which certainly looks more upmarket. मैं इन स्क्रीन्स की बात करूँ तो आपको 12.3 इंच की 2 डिस्प्लेज मिल जाती हैं। उसी के साथ आपको मिलता है काफ़ी मिनिमलिस्टिक थीम वाला सेंटर कंसोल जो कि डिटैच है, यानी कि आप यहाँ पर भी काफ़ी अच्छा स्पेस यूज़ कर सकते हैं। इस शटर को अगर आप पीछे पुश करेंगे तो आपको 2 कप होल्डर्स मिल जाते हैं जो कि रिट्रैक्टेबल हैं। ये बटन दबा के आप इन्हें बाहर निकाल सकते हैं। वायरलेस फ़ोन चार्जर की बात करी जाए तो वो आपको यहाँ पर मिल जाता है, और फ्रंट आर्मरेस्ट के नीचे भी आपको थोड़ा बहुत स्पेस मिल जाता है। दोनों ही सीट्स हीटेड और वेंटिलेटेड हैं, एंड दे आर पावर एडजस्टेबल एज वेल, एंड दे लुक क्वाइट अप मार्केट। उससे भी अच्छी बात है कि आपको फ्रंट में ऑटोमेंस मिल जाते हैं। येस, यू गेट थाई एक्सटेंडर्स फॉर एडेड सपोर्ट फॉर योर लेग्स। बात करी जाए फीचर्स की तो आपको 64 कलर एम्बिएंट लाइटिंग मिल जाती है, लेवल 2 ADAS मिल जाता है, and everything else that is there on your mind. So while the exteriors of the EV9 looks slightly boring, you might find the interiors very exciting. और उसके लिए मैं आपको बताता हूँ यहाँ पे कुछ एक्साइटिंग चीज़ें, जैसे कि आपको 2 सनरूफ मिल जाती है। जो सेकंड रो सीट्स हैं ये आपको कैप्टन चेयर्स मिलती हैं, और आपको थर्ड रो में भी अच्छा खासा स्पेस मिल जाता है, और तीनों ही रो पावर एडजस्टेबल हैं। जो इसका हेडरेस्ट है वहाँ पर भी आपको काफ़ी अच्छा फंक्शन मिल जाता है टू एडजस्ट द हेडरेस्ट एज पर योर कन्वीनियंस, सो दैट यू कैन हैव अ वेरी कंफर्टेबल जर्नी। And these seats, they are powered, they are heated, they are ventilated, and also on this armrest you get a button to adjust the massage function or even the heating function that you want. अगर स्पेस की बात करी जाए तो फ्लोर एकदम फ्लैट है। इनफैक्ट जो सेंटर कंसोल है ऐसे एक्सटेंड हो जाता है, यहाँ पर भी आप अपना काफ़ी सारा सामान रख सकते हैं।
Toyota Innova Crista to be a little cheap for you, and the likes of Velfire a little on the higher side. Presenting the Kia Carnival, it makes a grand re-entry into the Indian market. The 4th generation model costs close to 64 lakh rupees ex-showroom. Yes, you heard it right. A whopping 64 lakh rupees is what Kia is asking for the full-size MPV. अब देखिए सबसे चेंज इसके डिज़ाइन में आया है। अब कंपनी इसे था SUV बनाने की कोशिश कर रही है। मेक नो मिस्टेक, इट्स अ लॉन्ग कार, इट्स एन MPV, लेकिन जो फेस है यू कैन सी इट्स मोर अपराइट नाउ। व्हील का डिज़ाइन काफ़ी चौड़ा बन चुका है, इट्स क्वाइट वाइड, एंड ऊपर जो LED लाइट्स दिए गए हैं, दीज काइंड ऑफ एक्सटेंड बहुत अंदर तक आते हैं। यू ऑल्सो गेट द कैमरा राइट इन द मिडल, which means it gets level 2 ADAS and also 360-degree camera. The LED lights really look different, vertically stacked, and the DRLs on top, this give you that typical Kia effect on the face. 18-inch wheels with this huge profile. I expected probably 19 इंच के अगर व्हील्स यहाँ पे दिए जाते तो और ज़्यादा बॉडी के साथ सीमलेसली इंटीग्रेट होता। वेल, इट्स अ लॉन्ग कार और साइड प्रोफाइल में आपको वही स्लाइडिंग डोर्स दिख जाएंगे, विच इज़ वेरी कैरेक्टरिस्टिक ऑफ कार्निवल। पीछे की ओर बहुत कुछ बदला है, यू गेट कनेक्टेड LED DRL स्ट्रिप। रात को ये काफ़ी अच्छा इफेक्ट देता दिखाई पड़ेगा। नाउ यू ओनली गेट द 7-सीटर वर्जन नाउ विद कार्निवल। 2 वेरिएंट्स में इसे भारतीय बाजार में उतारा गया है। इफ़ यू लुक ऑन द बॉटम हाफ, यहाँ पे आपको थोड़ा सा एग्रेसिव स्टाइलिंग दिखेगा टू मेक इट लुक मोर SUV-ish। और टेल लैम्प का जो डिज़ाइन है, दिस इज़ मोर लाइक द हेडलैम्प, एक वर्टिकल इफेक्ट देने की कोशिश की गई है। द टेल गेट इज अगेन इलेक्ट्रिक, विच इज़ हैंडी फीचर एट दिस प्राइस पॉइंट। और यहाँ पे इस वक्त सीट्स आर फोल्डेड, द थर्ड रो सीट्स आर फोल्डेड। So this is the amount of space on offer with all the rows up. I think this can fit in easily 2 full-size bags and a few other things as well. Let's go inside and tell you how much space is there on offer. दोस्तों, हम आ चुके हैं कार्निवल के मिडिल रो सीट्स में, which are कैप्टन सीट्स, और यहाँ पे ऑटोमन फंक्शन मिलता है, मतलब यू गेट गुड सपोर्ट फॉर द थाइज। रिक्लाइन ऑप्शन मिलेगा, एंड ऑल्सो ये काफ़ी हद तक एडजस्टेबल, इलेक्ट्रिकली एडजस्टेबल सीट है। फ्रंट एंड रियर आप इलेक्ट्रिकली एडजस्ट कर सकते हैं, एंड ऑल्सो साइडवेज यू कैन मूव विद दीज मैनुअल कीज़। यहाँ पे फीचर्स की बात करें तो यू गेट डुअल पेन सनरूफ, यहाँ पे डेडिकेटेड AC वेंट्स दिए गए हैं, यू गेट armrests and seats are really comfortable out here. If you are looking for a proper people's mover, Carnival is right on top. ये एक ऐसा space है जो अगर आप 5 फुट 7 इंच से ज़्यादा हैं तो you will not find any discomfort here. It is really spacious. मतलब बहुत सी मिड साइज SUVs में इतना स्पेस मिडिल रो में आता है, मैं आराम से मेरे पैरों को मूव अराउंड कर सकता हूँ। हेडरूम की भी दिक्कत नहीं है। यहाँ पे दोनों साइड क्वार्टर ग्लास दिया गया है, विच मीन्स लाइट इनटेक केबिन के अंदर अच्छा होगा। ऑल्सो यू गेट नाइस अमाउंट ऑफ काबी होल्स इन द थर्ड रो, डेडिकेटेड AC वेंट्स भी दिए गए हैं, लाइट्स भी रखे गए हैं, एडजस्टेबल हेडरेस्ट भी दिया गया है, एंड यू कैन फिट इन 3 people with a little bit of squeeze. देखिए 4th जनरेशन मॉडल है, लेकिन इंजन में कोई चेंजेस नहीं हुए हैं। वही 2.2 लीटर का डीजल इंजन 8 स्पीड ऑटोमेटिक के साथ बनाता है, लगभग 193 PS और 440 मीटर का पीक टॉर्क। स्टिल अ फ्रंट व्हील ड्राइव कार। सो पावर टॉर्क के हिसाब से, इंजन के हिसाब से चेंजेस नहीं हैं, चेंजेस किए गए हैं इसकी सेफ्टी में, और लेवल 2 ADAS अब आ चुका है इस गाड़ी के साथ। ऑल्सो अदर स्ट्रक्चरल चेंजेस भी किए गए हैं, जिससे के हिसाब से कंपनी बोल रही है दिस इज़ अ मोर फर्मर, मोर रिजिड कार देन बिफोर। व्हाट हैज चेंज्ड इज़ द फ्रंट डैशबोर्ड लेआउट, लॉट ऑफ सॉफ्ट टच मटेरियल। यहाँ पे आपको प्रीमियम फिनिश दिख जाएगा, ब्रश्ड एल्युमिनियम इंसर्ट्स दिए गए हैं। देयर इज ऑल्सो अ ग्लॉस ब्लैक पैनल राइट थ्रू द मिडल, लेकिन ये थोड़ा सा ये फिंगरप्रिंट्स अट्रैक्ट करेगा। इन द लॉन्ग रन यू हैव टू ब्रश इट ऑफ टाइम एंड अगेन। What's also new is the amount of connectivity that this car gets. Now you have twin 12.3-inch displays. It's slightly curved, more focused towards the driver, and overall this should give a nice feel inside the cabin. Also, what has changed is this central tunnel, and the layout has been redesigned. You have lots of space. The main central area has got a deep pocket, couple of cup holders. You have one wireless charging tray, good amount of space to play with. The gear switch selector has also changed a little. You have auto hold function, electronic parking brake, and there is good amount of brushed aluminum finish in the central panel. The front seats are powered, electrically adjustable, come with ventilation feature. And look at the cabin and you can see the interior theme has also changed. There is tan brown leather on the fabric, and it gets good complexion with a contrast of black here and there. You get Bose speaker, 12 speaker system, and I assume the sound output will also be quite excellent.
आज हम चला रहे हैं BMW की C02, BMW की सेकंड इलेक्ट्रिक स्कूटर,
आफ्टर द CO4 कि इसमें एक 4 किलोवाट आवर का बैटरी लगता है और इसकी जो रेंज है 108 किलोमीटर्स की है फुल चार्ज पे और टॉप स्पीड है 95 किलोमीटर्स पर आवर की। और साथ ही में इसका जो वेट है वो है 145 किलोग्राम्स का, जहाँ ज़्यादा हल्की नहीं है, थोड़ी भारी सी है, लेकिन इसका जो सीट हाइट है काफ़ी एक्सेसिबल है, 745 mm का। तो आप देखिए बहुत ही एक्सेसिबल सीट हाइट है और अपराइट सीटिंग स्टांस है। और हमने इसे गुड़गांव के ट्रैफिक में चलाया, पीक ट्रैफिक में जो मॉर्निंग रश आवर होता है, और उसमें जो स्कूटर की फ्लिकेबिलिटी है, जो हैंडलिंग है, काफ़ी एजाइल है, काफ़ी निम्बल महसूस होती है। और साथ ही में इसका जो डिज़ाइन है बहुत ही ज़्यादा क्वर्की है। मैं क्या ही बताऊँ आपको, बिकॉज़ मैं स्कूटर चला रहा था और लोगों ने इस पर अपनी नज़र गढ़ाए रखी थी। बिकॉज़ आप देखिए बहुत ही यूथफुल प्लेफुल सा एक डिज़ाइन है, बहुत ही फ्रेश डिज़ाइन है। बड़े बड़े टायर्स आगे और पीछे दिए गए हैं। यहाँ पे एक सिंगल साइडेड स्विंग आर्म है, ये पूरा टायर का लुक बड़ा प्रीमियम लगता है। और साथ ही में आगे आप देखेंगे तो टेलीस्कोपिक फोक अपसाइड डाउन दिए गए हैं गोल्डन कलर के साथ, तो बहुत प्रीमियम फील देता है। और यहाँ पे अगर आप देखेंगे तो यहाँ पे एक है छोटा सा 3.5 इंच का TFT स्क्रीन, अभी बंद है, बट अदरवाइज़ स्कूटर में 3 राइडिंग मोड्स दिए गए हैं, सर्फ, फ्लो और फ्लैश। फ्लैश जो है हाईलाइन पैकेज के साथ आता है, वो ऑप्शनल एक्स्ट्रा रहेगा स्कूटर पे। और साथ ही में इसका जो राइडिंग पोजीशन हमको बताया बहुत ही अपराइट है, कूल है, लेकिन इसका जो 0 to 50 किलोमीटर्स पर आवर का स्प्रिंट टाइम है वो 3 सेकंड से कम है। तो अगर आप ट्रैफिक में हैं और आपको क्विक ओवरटेक करना है तो आपको कोई दिक्कत आने वाली है नहीं। और ओवरऑल इसका जो परफॉर्मेंस है बहुत ही बढ़िया है। जो आपको इनिशियल टॉर्क का सर्ज मिलते हैं, काबिल तारीफ़ है। तो आप ट्रैफिक में सबको पीछे ज़रूर छोड़ देंगे। और अगर इसके राइड क्वालिटी की बात करें, थोड़ी सी स्टिफ है, बट ओवरऑल इसकी राइड क्वालिटी कंफर्टेबल है। सीट अपने आप में आपको लगेगा कि बहुत पतली सी है, ज़्यादा कुशनिंग है नहीं, बट सीट एक्चुअली में काफ़ी कंफर्टेबल है। आप इस पर लंबे आवर्स गुजार सकते हैं। जैसा कि आपको बताया कि क्लेम्ड जो रेंज है 108 किलोमीटर्स की है, लेकिन आप इसको ट्रैफिक में चलाएंगे तो आपको रियल वर्ल्ड रेंज करीब 80 किलोमीटर्स की मिल जाएगी, 80 to 85 किलोमीटर्स की। और इसके चार्जिंग टाइम की बात करते हैं तो जो स्टैंडर्ड चार्जिंग टाइम है वो करीब 5 घंटे का है। अगर आपके पास 1.5 किलोवाट का जो फास्ट चार्जर है वो आप इसे यूज़ करते हो तो 3.5 घंटे करीब लग जाएगा चार्ज होने में। फ्रॉम 0 to 100, 10 to 80% का जो चार्जिंग टाइम है वो थोड़ा सा ड्रॉप कर जाता है, वो ज़्यादा तेज़ है। एंड यस, हमें ओवरऑल ये स्कूटर बड़ा पसंद आया। और ये मैन्युफैक्चर होता है इंडिया में, TVS इसे मैन्युफैक्चर करती है लोकली अपने प्लांट में, होसूर में।
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. I'm too busy, baby, making plans on how to get me one of them manly men. All I want is a touch of love.
जिसकी सरकार सेंटर में हुई है उसी की सरकार प्रदेश में होती है।
एंटी इनकम्बेंसी को कैसे देख रहे हैं? इनकम्बेंसी नहीं है,
प्रो इनकम्बेंसी।
कांग्रेस आ रही है, भाजपा जा रही है।
Congress is going to form government in Haryana with a big majority.
कि जिसकी सरकार सेंटर में हुई है उसी की सरकार प्रदेश में होती है।
एंटी इनकम्बेंसी को कैसे देख रहे हैं? इनकम्बेंसी नहीं है,
प्रो इनकम्बेंसी।
कांग्रेस आ रही है, भाजपा जा रही है.
Congress is going to form the government in Haryana with a big majority.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact.
If retro is something that you like in your garage, I have an option for you today. मिलिए नई नवेली BSA गोल्ड स्टार 650 से जो सीधा टक्कर देती है रॉयल एनफील्ड इंटरसेप्टर और सुपर मीटियोर जैसी मोटरसाइकिल्स को। कीमत शुरू होती है 3 लाख रुपए एक शोरूम। मोटरसाइकिल बड़ी है, भारी है, लेकिन इसका सिंगल सिलेंडर इंजन चलाने में मजेदार और बेहद पावरफुल। फ्रंट में सर्कुलर हेडलैम्प्स दिए गए हैं, हैलोजन में फिनिश है। पीछे के टेल लैम्प्स भी यहाँ पे हैलोजन आपको मिल जाएंगे। 18 इंच फ्रंट व्हील, 17 इंच रियर और ये स्पोक रिम्स का इस्तेमाल कर रही है कंपनी, जो मुझे लगता है इज अ बिट ऑफ अ मिस, क्योंकि एक एलॉय का वेरिएंट कंपनी कंसिडर कर सकती थी। पेंट फिनिश अच्छी क्वालिटी की है, बहुत सारे कलर ऑप्शंस मिल जाएंगे। जो इंस्ट्रूमेंट कंसोल है बड़ा ही बेसिक सा दिया गया है। थोड़े लूज केबल सामने की ओर ज़्यादा दिखाई पड़ेंगे, लेकिन फिर मोटरसाइकिल के बीचों बीच आएंगे तो इसका जो इंजन एरिया है कंप्लीटली ब्लैक्ड आउट और इस पे बहुत सारा आपको एनोडाइज्ड पार्ट दिख जाएगा। मोटरसाइकिल की जो सीट हाइट है ये 780 मिलीमीटर से थोड़ी सी ऊपर है। मेरी हाइट 5 फुट 8 इंच और मैं काफ़ी आराम से इस पे सवार हो सकता हूँ। कंफर्टेबल सीटिंग पोजीशन, लोअर हाफ थोड़ा सा एग्रेसिव फील होता है। मैं हैंडल बार्स की ओर काफ़ी वाइडली रीच आउट करता हूँ। सीट की लंबाई, सीट की कुशनिंग भी अच्छी खासी है। 2 USB चार्जिंग पोर्ट सामने दिए गए हैं, एक A टाइप एक C टाइप। अब रॉयल एनफील्ड ट्विंस के मुकाबले जो सबसे बड़ा डिफरेंस आपको यहाँ दिखेगा वो है सिंगल सिलेंडर का 652 सीसी का इंजन, जो एक लिक्विड कूल्ड इंजन है, DOHC इंजन है, बनाता है 45 PS 55 न्यूटन मीटर। एक बार इसका आप थंप सुन लीजिए। क्वाइट बेसी है ना। अब टॉर्क जो है आपको अच्छा खासा मिल जाएगा, लगभग 3000 RPM से। आप किसी भी गियर पे थ्रॉटल ट्विस्ट कीजिए, ओवरटेकिंग कम्स वेरी नेचुरल। मैं यही कहना चाहूँगा कि काफ़ी लेड बैक है इसका ओवरऑल इंजन परफॉर्मेंस, लेकिन पावर अच्छा मिल जाता है। आप 4th गियर पे 100 की स्पीड 110 की स्पीड पे क्रूज कर सकते हैं। 5 गियर का यहाँ पे ऑप्शन दिया गया है। 5th गियर पे 140 145 तक भी आप जा सकते हैं अगर आपको फ्लैट आउट स्ट्रेट मिल जाता है। लेकिन शहरी ट्रैफिक में इंजन ज़रूर हीट छोड़ता है, जो आपको थोड़ा डिस्टर्ब करेगा। आपके पैरों के बीच या फिर टैंक एरिया में थोड़ा ज़्यादा ही हीट उत्पन्न होता है, जो आपको अनकंफर्टेबल बना सकता है। वहीं बम्पर टू बम्पर ट्रैफिक में आपको वाइब्रेशंस भी फील होंगे। वेट इज स्लाइटली ऑन द हायर साइड, 200 किलो से ज़्यादा इसका कर्ब वेट है और ये फील होता है स्लो मूविंग ट्रैफिक में। जब आप पार्किंग लॉट से इसे निकालते हैं आपको फील होगा ओवरऑल जो मोटरसाइकिल का वजन है इट्स नॉट लाइट बाय एनी मीन्स। भारत में एंट्री हुई है महिंद्रा के हाथ से। क्लासिक लेजेंड के छत्रछाया में इसे बेचा जा रहा है, जहां यजदी और जावा की मोटरसाइकिल्स भी बिकती हैं। तो कंपनी कुछ ऐसी है, तो अगर आप मन बना रहे हैं, सोच रहे हैं कंपनी नहीं है, तो यहाँ पे आपको महिंद्रा का भरोसा ज़रूर मिलेगा, महिंद्रा की बैकिंग दिख जाएगी। राइड क्वालिटी की बात करें तो हाई स्पीड पे थोड़ी सी बम्पी लगती है, स्पेशली जो पीछे वाला हिस्सा है इसका जो ट्विन कॉइल सस्पेंशन, ये थोड़ा सा ही मुझे आउट ऑफ सॉर्ट्स लग रहा है, लेकिन दीज आर एडजस्टेबल। मेरी कदकाठी के हिसाब से आई एम अराउंड 80 किलोज, मुझे थोड़ी सी ज़्यादा ही बम्पी लग रही है। यू कैन प्ले अराउंड विद द सस्पेंशन। फ्रंट में ज़्यादा सॉर्टेड मामला है, टेलीस्कोपिक सस्पेंशन दिए गए हैं। इनकी जो राइड क्वालिटी है ये मुझे बेहतर लग रही है दैन द बैक। ब्रेकिंग काफ़ी बेहतरीन है, ब्रेम्बो के ब्रेक्स दिए जा रहे हैं और ओवरऑल वेट के हिसाब से मुझे स्टॉपिंग पावर अच्छी लग रही है। द ओनली इक्विपमेंट यू गेट हियर इज द डुअल चैनल ABS, अच्छा परफॉर्मेंस है और इंजन के साथ दिया जा रहा है स्लिपर क्लच।
Affordable, accessible and ready to take on Royal Enfield at its own game, the Triumph Speed T4 is meant for those who want a relaxed ride, relatively speaking, But what are the changes compared to the Speed 400, and does the Speed T4 have what it takes to knock off Royal Enfield off its perch? Well, that's what we're about to find out in this video. To start off, the engine has the same displacement but makes 31 horsepower at 7000 rpm along with peak torque output of 36 Newton meters at 5000 rpm. In comparison, the Speed 400 makes 40 horsepower and 37.5 Newton meters at about 1000 to 1500 revs higher. So the torque kicks in lower, and thanks to a 39 tooth sprocket at the rear compared to the 43 on the Speed 400, the rideability is now relaxed and less hurried. Well, this means that there's a lot more grunt in the bottom end and the mid-range, with the magic happening between 2500 to 5000 rpm. The Speed T4 is happiest at speeds of between 65 to 85 kilometers per hour, and the tractability on the engine goes up by a couple of notches, which means lesser gear shifts in the city. Triumph says that there is a minimal difference in terms of acceleration and top speed. The Speed T4 does the 0 to 60 km per hour sprint in 3.3 seconds, which is just 0.3 seconds less than the Speed 400, and the top speed drops from 145 km per hour on the 400 to 135 km per hour on the T4. There are a few other changes as well. The T4 now gets a manual and smaller throttle bodies instead of ride-by-wire, and the traction control is given a miss as well. The motorcycle continues to get a slipper clutch, and the gearbox operation is smooth. In the real world, these changes help lower the cost along with offering a different riding experience. Well, the next set of changes is quite important too, because out goes the upside down fork and in comes a regular 43mm telescopic fork. The monoshock at the rear stays the same, and the suspension travel at both ends is about 130mm. The travel at the rear goes down by 10mm, but the state of tune of the suspension is comfort oriented. Also, the ride becomes a touch plusher because of the new MRF Nylogrip Zapper tires, which have a thicker aspect ratio. The seat height isn't too tall at 805mm, and thanks to the new design, it is comfy too. The weight of the bike too is 180 kg, which is just a kg more than the 2025 Speed 400. The good news is the ground clearance of the T4 goes up to 170mm as compared to 158mm on the old Speed 400. Other changes include a hydroformed steel handlebar instead of an aluminium unit on the Speed 400, and a variety of parts such as the exhaust have been blacked out to give the bike a youthful and sporty appeal. Lastly, the Speed T4 gets stemmed rear view mirrors instead of the bar end mirrors. In terms of handling, the Speed T4 isn't as sharp and as agile as the Speed 400. That's because the motorcycle gets a slightly longer wheelbase and the steering geometry is slightly different too. But filtering through traffic is quite easy, and if you tip this motorcycle into a corner, you're not going to feel any difference provided you already have a point of reference. If not, it doesn't make any difference in the real world riding conditions. And if we talk about the braking of the motorcycle, well, the bike sheds speed quite nicely and in a progressive manner, despite the fact that the motorcycle gets organic brake pads and not sintered brake pads, and axial calipers instead of radial calipers on the Speed 400. The other big difference is the fact that the fuel efficiency goes up from 26 kmpl on the Speed 400 to 30 kmpl on the Speed T4. And the other highlight is the fact that this motorcycle sounds different than the Speed 400. Let's listen to the exhaust note. Well, the exhaust note on the Speed T4 has more bass and has a burbly character to it, which I quite like, better than that of the Speed 400.
We've got an absolute legend here of Pakistan, Wasim Akram, coming in as a brand ambassador for the 60 Strikes. What are your thoughts so far in the tournament?
Very impressive, I must say. To be honest, when they asked me about a month ago during the World Cup era, when I met Azhar and of course Arun, I said it's impossible to have a league done in such a short time, but so far what I've seen, the facilities, the organization, and of course most importantly the cricket has been excellent so far. So well done to everyone involved, and of course they hired the main guy Harun Logard, who also helped them a lot to acquire the main players. So the good bunch of players, good cricket so far. I hope the pitches are drop-in pitches. I hope they stay okay for next 10 days. But otherwise, it's a very festive atmosphere.
Well, you've spent quite a bit of time in Dallas between the World Cup. I mean, Texas becoming a bit of a hub for cricket here in the USA. How instrumental is the support been from the university as well as the municipality of Texas?
I mean, I think after the World Cup, it definitely got up a notch. In general, there were a lot of cricket in America before the World Cup, but after the World Cup, Americans kind of got to know what this. They got a bit curious about it. They don't know what it is yet, but I think we're on the right track. But yes, Dallas being the hub, a lot of communities here, expats here, and they love their cricket. And of course, the ground. I thought the lights were not high enough, and I think last night players were said they were okay. They weren't 100%, but again, for the first time, I think everything has been perfect.
When you touched on a really good point of growing the sport locally for the locals, T10, a very good format for that, being shorter, even shorter than T20. Do you think you might get more buy-in with the T10? It's quick action, lots of big shots.
It's ideal, T20, and then if not T20, T10, especially places like America. I think this format is for youngsters, definitely.
And there's a lot of development work that 60 Strikes or National Cricket League in specific is looking to do here in the US. Can you touch upon that a little bit?
Yeah, I think this is just the start. I mean, we're planning what we can do, how to get schools involved in this game. I think that's the first step, to have schools involved, and then from there onwards we go and start coaching and have some coaching clinics. But it's just the early stages. I think first step is to make sure this tournament happens, and of course next year everybody will be more organized, more planned, and of course we can do a lot more things.
Yeah, and love the plan of going to school. Grassroots cricket, so important to get the sport going from the lower level all the way up to the top. You're a brand ambassador. Sachin Tendulkar is also joining.
Absolutely.
How important is it to have big names such as yours involved in this?
I think that's a big news, Sachin coming. I mean, we all know how he's one of the greats of the game, and him getting involved with this league, that's also give push to league itself, to his credibility, and can't wait to see him. He's a good buddy of mine. We had some amazing battles, but off the field we're very good buddies, so looking forward to seeing him to get involved in this amazing league.
Well, it is amazing, beautiful facility, and to have you on board, exceptional as well. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. I'm looking forward for this tournament.
Cappuccinos to go.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
NDTV World Summit 2024, October 21st and 22nd, only on NDTV Network. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
कि जिसकी सरकार सेंटर में हुई है उसी की सरकार प्रदेश में होती है।
एंटी इनकम्बेंसी को कैसे देख रहे हैं? इनकम्बेंसी नहीं है।
प्रो इनकम्बेंसी।
Chaos at the Indian Air Force's Chennai Air Show. 3 people have died. NDTV reports from war zone Beirut. Middle East crisis escalates. This is Israel strikes Lebanon.
From the heart of the city of Beirut, I bring you the exclusive updates and in-depth analysis that why a city which was earlier called the Paris of the Middle East is caught between the crossfire.
Meanwhile, attack in southern Israel's Beersheba, 1 killed and several people injured in the shooting and stabbing incident. Haryana Chief Minister contenders live and exclusive on NDTV. Kumari Shailja speaks to NDTV, says, I have Haryana's support. Meanwhile, Bhupinder Hooda says High Command will take the final call. A mega drug haul in Madhya Pradesh's Bhopal. Drugs worth over 1,500 crore rupees seized in Bhopal. Meanwhile, in Delhi, the police arrests the main accused in the 5,000 crore drug bust. Maldivian President Mohammad Muizzu touches down in India. From India out to bailout. Change in priorities for India's neighbour. The girls in blue rule in the Women's T20 World Cup. India beats Pakistan by 6 wickets. India's maiden victory at the Women's T20 World Cup.
A win over Pakistan, that in itself always means so much.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Left, Right and Centre, the weekend edition, and we have some breaking news coming in right at the top of the show. Well, 3 people have died at the Indian Air Force's Chennai Air Show. There was major chaos at the event and 3 people have died reportedly due to heat stroke. Let me go straight across to my colleague Sam Daniel joining us from Chennai. Sam, what more details do you have?
Well, 3 people who had watched this air show on the marina this morning, Vedant, police sources confirmed they have died. At least 1 person was taken to hospital when the show was still on. Another person was on a 2-wheeler. They suspect he could have died of heat stroke, and the cause of the death of the 3rd person at the moment is not clear, but police sources confirmed that they all had watched the show. There was major congestion on the city roads soon after the show because the Air Force had tried to set a record, and an estimated 15 lakh spectators had gathered, particularly large numbers on the marina. And there was chock-a-block traffic. There was not an inch of space in terms of for the spectators to walk to the stations nearby. There was not enough drinking water, dehydration and heat. All these had accounted for. The larger question many ask also is whether the Air Force should have promoted this particular air show to set a Limca Book of World Records, and that was hyped, and that had actually drawn large number of people, something which the Marina Beach could not handle. Second one, the police claimed they had deployed 6,500 police personnel, but in terms of crowd management, in terms of traffic management, many Chennaites are disappointed. They could have done a better job. Of course, the crowd was so high that even this kind of crowd was not witnessed when the Jallikattu gathering was there. But big questions being asked on the Air Force's decision or promotion to set a record. Second one on the police's management of crowd as well as the traffic, particularly after. While in the run-up to the event, things went very fine. They had diverted traffic. They had clear instructions in terms of where the vehicles have to be parked, everything. But after the event, many say there was no police presence on the ground to effectively streamline, to clear the crowd. And this could have actually led to the loss of lives. But more clarity later. But 3 officially confirmed dead, all of them spectators.
Absolutely tragic there. Sam, thanks very much for joining us with the latest pretty dramatic visuals there. Over 15 lakh people attending that event. Moving now to our big focus on Left, Right and Centre this weekend. Well, just a day after the exit polls, all eyes are on Haryana. The exit polls seem to give an edge to the Congress. In fact, many have predicted a complete Congress sweep, a comeback for the Congress as far as Haryana is concerned, a major upset for the BJP, though of course these are exit polls. Many health warnings there as well. But rumblings within the Congress have already begun with Kumari Shailja, Bhupinder Hooda and many others saying we have stakes too. Take a look at this report. Battle on for the Haryana top job. A day after pollsters gave Congress the edge in the heartland state. Despite the Congress's bid to project a united face, the long-drawn Hooda-Shailja rivalry was far from muted through the campaign. Hours after the exit poll boost, Kumari Selja, Congress's most formidable SC leader, has thrown her hat in the ring for the Chief Minister's chair, pitting herself against the main frontrunner, two-time Chief Minister and Jat strongman Bhupinder Hooda.
I can assure you that I have support from all sections of society. Why is it that I'm trying to stake claim? Don't you think I deserve? Or is it just that Selja is trying to stake claim? A national party has to take a political view on things.
This is democracy. Everybody has got right to win. And everybody should aspire. Otherwise, you can also aspire. Who says no to you? But MLAs would decide. High Command would decide.
While the pollsters have cut the BJP to size with less than 30 seats, down from a strong 40 in the last assembly polls, the man leading the campaign, BJP's 11th hour Chief Minister pick, is confident of a win.
देखिए 8 तारीख को हम सरकार बना रहे हैं, मेरे पास सभी रिपोर्ट्स हैं और 8 तारीख के बाद आपके सामने है 8 तारीख को जनता देगी जवाब और ये कहेंगे कि ईवीएम है खराब।
ये कॉन्फिडेंस बीजेपी की ट्रेनिंग से आता है। बीजेपी की इस प्रकार की ट्रेनिंग है कि कोई जो है बड़े से बड़ा कोई झूठ बोले मगर बोले आत्मविश्वास के साथ। बीजेपी के तमाम नेता इस लाइन नायब सिंह जी थोड़ी चिंता करें अपनी लाडवा विधानसभा की। लाडवा में भी कांग्रेस जीत रही है।
If the pollsters are to be believed, the Congress seems to have regained lost political ground in districts across the state, from Rohtak, Mewat to even the Karnal-Kaithal belt that has been a BJP stronghold. While the Congress seems to have cracked the caste code, the BJP's balancing act between OBC consolidation and splitting the Jat vote could be failing. With a clear political churn, Haryana is going to be far from a walkover for both the BJP battling a tenure incumbency and the Congress facing a problem of plenty. With Sunil Prabhu, Vedant Agarwal for NDTV. And let me introduce my panel this evening. Shazia Ilmi, spokesperson of the BJP, is with us. Also, Sanjay Jha, political analyst who supports the Congress. Dr. Virendra Sindhu, national spokesperson of the JJP, is also with us on the panel. Neerja Chaudhary will be joining us in a short while from now as well. Manisha Prem, a senior political analyst, is also with us. Manisha ji, let me begin with you. How do you see these exit polls? Of course, a lot of health warnings and caveats there. But what, according to you, seems to be working for the Congress? Because almost all the pollsters have given a clear edge to the Congress.
The Congress has won this election. That's quite clear. So I don't know whether I still want to hang on to what the exit pollster is saying or not saying. Clearly, the issue now is only to understand what's the scale of the victory. And so I do think that it's a done deal. And many have tried to portray this as an election that is Jat-led in favor of the Congress, or, the Congress won in 2 areas and Ahirwal went to the BJP. I think all this is speculative. You can see that it is a statewide wave against the BJP, and that's a very clear message. The second is that it's a local state election, but once again, reiterating the faith in Rahul Gandhi as a national leader for the Congress party, who is now enthusing state-level elections to victory. So I think those are very clear messages. Now, once we accept these messages that are likely to come out, and all exit polls point in that direction, then we move to the fact that given the fact that it's a statewide election where the people have voted on issues, remember,
yes,
the main theme of the campaign was it's the people of Haryana. Now, what were the issues of the people of Haryana? So I think we can keep pontificating that it was a Jat victory or it was a this. I don't think it's about a caste calculation having gone right for this or wrong for that, because I can tell you that the tallest of the Jat leaders of the BJP from the state of Rajasthan sat and campaigned for the BJP from Rohtak. but it still didn't become a Jat victory for the BJP. So there are issues of people. There is, I think, large-scale rural distress. And at the front of that large-scale rural distress is the voice of youth who want to put their foot outside rural India and find a foothold in the urban India.
That's a very important point you're making, Manisha ji, that it's not just something that's confined to the state. This has larger national ramifications as well. The Congress perhaps potentially could make a re-entry into the heartland. And Shazia, come in on this, because while of course you would say that these are exit polls and they have to be taken with a pinch of salt, the larger trend or direction here seems to be that the Congress is making a comeback in Haryana. And also to Manisha ji's point that, you know, perhaps it's now Rahul Gandhi and the way he enthused the state with also his yatra 1 year back. How would you respond to all of that and just largely what these exit polls say?
So I'll agree and disagree both with Manisha ji. First and foremost, I would like to say that while the exit polls cannot ever be mocked or undermined, and I'm never one of those who actually indulges in undermining or mocking the whole process
Very fair
of
point.
exit polls, only when they don't suit us. Similarly, even when the results come and BJP loses, instead of frothing at the mouth and blaming the EVM machines, one has taken all the defeats gracefully and have conceded without any foul play, so to speak, or with any sort of prejudice. Now, while I agree with that I'm sure that most of your polls would be correct, and I just hope this one is not, and that we do better, because after all, I would want my party to do better. But while Manisha ji attributes it to Rahul magic, and what happens in then Jammu and Kashmir, because that magic is not working by the same exit polls. If you see NC is doing rather well, but you see Congress per se, the oldest party, what has happened? Congress has been there at the heart of elections in Kashmir and Jammu for the longest period. So what has happened there? Because Congress is not inspiring too much confidence. Yes, their poll partner, NC, definitely is. So I would like to say, yes, and you win some, you lose some. So I'm not going to, as I said, froth at the mouth and hyperventilate and say, oh, all this is wrong. And I will accept it. You know, I just hope it's not correct, but that's only my
That's a very graceful response, Shazia, I must say. Sanjay Jha, would you like to come in on this? Because, while we look at what the exit polls are saying, you have both the Chief Minister front runners sort of almost flexing their muscles just a day after the exit polls came out. Both Kumari Shelja and Bhupinder Hooda have very clearly thrown their hat in the ring. So the task for the High Command is cut out. It's not going to be a walkover even if you come back to power.
Vedant, good evening. I would just carry forward what I think Manisha mentioned earlier, that when the issues in the election are things like unemployment, you had 46,000 graduates and postgraduates applying for the jobs of sweepers in Haryana. I'm not trying to diminish or devalue the job of a sweeper, but that tells you the level of desperation in Haryana. You look at the agrarian distress and the humiliation of farmers by Mr. Modi's government over a significant period of time. These have had an impact, and the Congress's campaign of Jawan, Kisan, Samvidhan, which talked about, the whole caste census, including the Agniveer scheme, etc., made this a very issue-centric election. And I don't know why the BJP should be upset at Rahul Gandhi's ascendancy, because in politics, there are, your horizons change. Mr. Modi is a diminishing brand at a very rapid rate, in my opinion. You will see that even in Jammu and Kashmir when the results come out. Rahul Gandhi is, like it or not, the future of Indian politics. Mr. Modi will soon be a past of Indian politics, which is, by the way, the law of nature. You can't really do anything to change that. But my answer to you regarding the tussle between potential Congress leaders for the job of the Chief Minister, this is, by the way, an intrinsic, inherent competitive nature of any political party. And it's a good thing. It's a good thing because you must have choices. It's a good thing that Kumari Selja or Bhupinder Hooda or Dipender Hooda or Randeep Surjewala are all potential candidates. But here is the truth. There are a lot of candidates actually throw their hat in the ring. One is because it also helps their perception that they were a potential candidate, and it helps them negotiate better organizational positions, whether in the state or the center, in the event that they don't get that big job that they're aiming for.
Okay.
I mean, that is, by the way, not very different from what happens in the corporate workplace or what happens in any entity for that matter.
Sure.
So I think the Congress, if it wins in Haryana, which I think it will, with a significant majority, is a good thing for Indian politics, because you've had a very arrogant party at Delhi for too long, assuming that Mr. Modi just makes a tour and the votes just come in.
Okay,
Let me make
but
the
what
big
you said
bold
about
statement
what
for
you said about
Mr. Modi
the
is
Chief
a
Minister's
diminishing brand.
candidates, I think Neerja ji, your perspective here would be interesting, because one thing that Kumari Shailja said in the interview to us today was that the decision as far as the Chief Minister is concerned has to be a political one, and that the dominance of one caste, as far as the power center of Haryana is concerned, has to be done away with. That is what she alluded to. Now, this entire campaign, the theme has been the sort of Jat consolidation versus the OBC consolidation and the splitting up of the Jat vote. When you look at the decision as far as the Chief Minister's pick is concerned, do you think it would be more about the sort of caste arithmetic or a political one, that you have a woman Chief Minister coming from the SC community? Though, of course, it's too early to sort of discuss that, but just a sense of what you think.
Yeah, Kumari Shailja has thrown a hat in the ring very decisively. So she says that her seniority, her loyalty, her work for the party over the years should be taken into account. And not only that, you see, this is about Jat. There has been Jat consolidation for the Congress in a big way when Jat vote used to get divided between the Congress and the regional parties. And from all accounts, the regional parties are not doing so well. Now, this is also about other communities having given the support, and main amongst them are the Dalits, a section of the Dalits. Now, the Dalits also expect, I was in Dalit, sitting in Dalit colony in Sona, and talking to them, and they clearly want Shailja to become the Chief Minister. And they are afraid, they are very fearful of what they call Jat Shahi returning, which means that Jats will be favored in jobs, Jats will be favored in other ways. And you will see an aggressive community to the fore again. Now, how will the High Command handle this? Bhupinder Singh, the High Command allowed Mr. Huda his way in 72 tickets out of 90 tickets. Shailja was not even allowed to have her 4 main people be given tickets. She herself wanted to contest in the assembly election. She was not allowed to do that. And the Jats have been very aggressive. Jats have been saying, we've not only voted for a local MLA, we voted for a Jat CM.
Yes.
So, High Command, these are contradictions and tensions that the new government, if the Congress comes to power, will have to face. And the High Command has its task cut out, who it will choose as the Chief Minister. Now, it will be very difficult to not have Bhupinder Singh Huda, and equally difficult not to have some kind of a power-sharing formula which allows Kumari Shailja and others also in the party a say in how things are run in Haryana. So I think it would call for statesmanship of the highest order by the central leadership as well as Mr. Huda and Shailja and others.
Absolutely,
to make
and
this
how that power
government
sharing
work,
formula has actually worked out is
people's
going to be...
aspirations are very high.
Yes, that's going to be interesting to see. But I think one interesting point you made, that it's difficult to displace the Hudas when it comes to Haryana. They certainly become the sort of axis of power. Before I bring in Dr. Virender Sindhu, quickly, Shazia, a word from you on, as we discuss this sort of multiple sort of leadership as far as the Congress is concerned, do you think as far as the BJP is concerned, the lack of a, Zameen ka leader, as it were, would you think that is one of the reasons why perhaps the BJP campaign fell short? Of course, you had Prime Minister Modi, the Home Minister, Defence Minister, all of them campaigning, but, a leader from Haryana to lead the campaign, do you think that was something that was missing?
So 2 things here as far as Zameen ka Neta is concerned. All our leaders, all the present CMs that we have from the BJP are all Zameen ke Neta. You've never heard their names before. They've been Karyakartas, they've been working in the Sangathan, the organization, for the longest period without even asking for anything. And we can say that about so many of our leaders, including Devendra Fadnavis and the ones who have been chosen. So we don't have ever those big names. So
but
I
like
don't
an
think
overarching leader to take everyone together and lead the campaign.
No, so BJP runs its course and the election campaign based on what it promises, what is delivered, and what it stands for. But here, what we're seeing, and this is a choice that the party high command, if ever there is a victory for Congress, though obviously I would believe it to be otherwise, I think it'll be a tough stand that they will have to take, because you're looking at an SC leadership, you're looking at a woman there, you're looking at a Jatav leader there, as opposed to Jat leader. So those are the wide gaps that one will have to fill. So it's never easy. It's never easy, and Rahul Gandhi will have to, people will call his bluff if he doesn't decide accordingly. Because, and as you mentioned, Samvidhan. Now, when he ties up with Umar Abdullah, clearly he's not with the Samvidhan, because he wants not just the abrogation of a restoration of 370, but also wants the reservations that come with it to be done away with.
Right. But the point you made about the power sharing formula is an interesting one.
When it comes to Jawans, we know how he's spoken of Indian soldiers getting a beating at Doklam.
Sanjay Jha, a quick response to that. And then I bring in Dr. Virender Sindhu. Sanjay Jha, it's going to be a tricky decision for sure. It's certainly a tightrope walk there. Nobody knows what the High Command has told Kumari Shailja, but she has really pitched herself as a Chief Minister candidate. But it's going to be a tricky decision for sure.
Well, let me tell you one thing, Vedant. I've been in politics long enough to know that politics is a tightrope walk, and you don't have a stick to help you balance. But you do try and take a call, because there are a lot of diverse interests, and many of them are working together, but their objectives, personal, may be at conflict with the larger political organization's goals. But that's how organizations ought to be. For anyone in politics, and Shazia has been there for a long time, is there any BJP state or central portfolio where there is not a competition among several for the job? It doesn't mean that people leave the party and go away. I think the critical issue is the defeat of the BJP, a comprehensive rout of the party for poor governance, corruption, spreading of communal hate, complete incompetence, and a collapse of infrastructure, and basically a lot of political arrogance. So I think BJP needs to introspect within instead of worrying about Rahul Gandhi.
But let me quickly get in Dr. Virender Sindhu. Shazia, I'll come back to you. Dr. Virender Sindhu has been very patiently waiting. Dr. Sindhu, we had a spokesperson from your party yesterday saying that the kingmaker is going to be the regional parties. But if you look at the exit polls, not a single pollster has given you more than 3 seats. What went wrong? I mean, of course, the JJP has significantly lost political ground in some of its bastions as well. But what are you looking at as far as results are concerned?
देखिए इसमें जो भी एग्जिट पोल है, बिल्कुल मैं ये हरियाणा में जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने मिस रूल किया, जिस तरीके के अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट का रेट हरियाणा में है, उसकी वजह से हमें भी भुगतना पड़ा। और जो ये सीटें आप दिखा रहे हैं 20-23 सीटें, ऐसा नहीं होगा। बीजेपी की हरियाणा में 10 से भी कम सीटें आएंगी। जो परसों का जो रिजल्ट आएगा, 10 से भी कम सीटें बीजेपी लेके आएंगी। हरियाणा वो स्टेट जहां पे आप देखिए IIT में, IIM में, UPSC में हरियाणा के सबसे ज्यादा बच्चे जाते हैं। दूसरे डिफेंस में भी 10% से ज्यादा कंट्रीब्यूशन हरियाणा का है। उसके बाद आप स्पोर्ट्स में देखिए कितने अच्छे हमारे मेडल, मोर देन 60-70% ओलंपिक में, बाकी खेलों में आते हैं। लेकिन अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट में हरियाणा पूरे देश में नंबर 1 है। इतने टैलेंटेड, इतने इंटेलिजेंट, इतने इंटेलेक्चुअल बच्चे होने के बावजूद जो मिस रूल कास्ट के नाम पे, रिलीजन के नाम पे, अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट का बीजेपी ने किया, उसी का खामियाजा हमें भी भुगतना पड़ा क्योंकि हम उनके पार्टनर थे। और जिस तरीके से हरियाणा के लोग काफी पॉलिटिकल एक्टिव हैं, जिस तरीके से पर्ची से एक मनोहर लाल खट्टर, जिसको हरियाणा में कोई नहीं जानता था, वो MLA बना, उसको सीधा चीफ मिनिस्टर बना दिया। उसके बाद नायब सिंह सैनी को पर्ची से निकाल के चीफ मिनिस्टर बना दिया। जो राजस्थान में चल सकता है, जो छत्तीसगढ़ में चल सकता है, MP में चल सकता है, वो हरियाणा नहीं चल सकता। एक लास्ट पॉइंट में जाट के वर्ड पे मैं आपको कहूंगा, जितने पॉलिटिकली स्ट्रॉन्ग जाट बीजेपी गवर्नमेंट में हुए, इतने कभी भी नहीं हुए। ये जाट वर्सेस नॉन जाट बिल्कुल भी नहीं था। आज के दिन राज्यसभा में हरियाणा से बीजेपी के 2 MP राज्यसभा में जाट हैं। आज तक के
so that's an interesting point, and the point that it's also interesting to see how you've blamed it entirely on the BJP, your former ally, but the regional party, that story is also very interesting to see once the power centers are now completely decimated. If these exit polls were to be believed, of course, a lot of health warnings there. Exit polls